back here with Touhou! Touhou 4 Lotus Land Story, which is probably the coolest title in the series thus far. Now don't worry, relax. I know what you're thinking. Touhou 4, but what about Touhou 3? That's what I was thinking too. Sorry, I don't know what that was about. Turbo mode? What the hell is turbo mode? Let the computer handle the slowdowns. Oh, okay. Sure. Ooh, for most people, 6 stages. To hard for arcade players. Lunatic for real shooters. Well, I don't know about real shooters, but I'll try it. So the broad structure of why we're playing 4 at the moment and not 3 is that I played 3 and I was politely very bad at it. I was playing on Lunatic for a while and then I thought, well, okay, I had been told by some people that I should try, they'd prefer me to not play on Lunatic, so I'll try putting it to easy. I should have put it to not easy. I put it to easy and I clean sweep the whole thing in like 5 minutes and I was like, well, that was lame. So, so then I was like, okay, but I can't do it on Lunatic and I don't feel like going up to normal and trying normal and then hard and then just like futzing around until I find like, because I was able to get somewhat close on Lunatic, so it was like I'd have rather have just gotten it on Lunatic, but for other reasons that I wasn't really feeling 3's vibes at the moment, I decided to just go right to 4, because this is where as I understand it, it goes back to the 2 formula and kind of sticks there for most of the series. What is the player count? So it defaults to 3, so I think we'll do that. But I also saw a comment or two mentioning my over-reliance on bombs, so I'm gonna give it a try at playing without them for the moment, because I genuinely prefer the Lunatic challenge mode to the other ones as far as I've tried them, so in the interest of making it more enjoyable for myself, I think I'll carry on Lunatic for the moment, but I'll turn off the bombs if it means I'll rely on them less. Now it may be that I'll pick some up along the way as pickups, and I guess I'll use those if we come into them, but just that I don't feel the need to, I don't feel the comfort of being able to just bomb through an attack I haven't recognized yet. So that I have to basically focus down any new attack and learn it. I will play with the bombs set to default to 0 for the moment. That said, I still think I'm more likely to get bad endings than good endings, because I don't think doing the whole thing on one continue would suit me as it stands. So I'm sorry if anyone was hoping I would grow some skill or just do it on a lower difficulty. I may swap to a lower difficulty if I'm finding that I'm not enjoying Lunatic anymore, but as it stands, that's where I get the most enjoyment out of it, so I think it makes the most sense for me to carry on playing that way. And my apologies if that is upsetting. It is not my intent. Oh god, don't go to demo. Oh wow, it looks exactly like the second game. I'm gonna give myself another 3-hour time limit today, as usual. See how far we can get today. We'll probably be back sometime in the future with Touhou 3 when I feel that I've developed the patience for it, I think. Touhou 3 had a wide variety of characters to be able to select, so I'm expecting something maybe not quite the same scale, because that one's more multiplayer centric. But I'm expecting at least selectable characters in this one. There was something about a spaceship in Touhou 3, piloted by 2 people, Yumemi and then the other one whose name I forget. And it's time to start the game, in other words. Okay, so we get 2 people. We get Reima or Marissa in this one. Okay, so Marissa has basically joined forces with Reima now, which is unendingly cool. So wide shot or power oriented. Interesting. I think I've seen in the difficulty, that difficulty chart that I keep bringing up, they like to say what character they used if it's an option. And I think I've seen Marissa be a common choice. I'm gonna start with Reima because wide shot type sounds like it'll be easier for learning attacks, because the more spread, the more guarantee that you're likely to be able to hit someone even if it's not doing lots of damage. Now, sub-weapon, search shot or wide shot? I guess let's go wide shot. Search shot I guess being like heat-seeking. Who knows? Good. Okay, so this is much like Touhou 2. I'm back in my comfort zone somewhat. Oh, and the visuals have been upgraded. Oh, but the power-ups are just the same. Sweet, and I guess we have a power ranking as well. And there's grade now at the bottom right, which I don't precisely understand what that means. I just missed some kind of blue power-up. Ow, this is going poorly already. Right, and some of them shoot extra bullets when you blow them up, so that's good to know. Hey, high score entry, look at us go. Fairies! There are fairies! Oh, golly! Anyway, so let's give this a good 3-hour try as with before. I hope the continue system is more or less the same, where it's you get 3 of them and they restore you to full lives and put you back right where you were, like it was in 2. But we shall see, shalln't we? My power feels like it's building slower than it did in the second game. Oh man, these things have a lot of health. It's not my favorite. Yoink. Is that an enemy health bar I see? Magnificent. Whoa, what is this? Oh, hi. Okay, that's just gonna go around me. That's fine, I guess. This isn't our boss of the first world, right? I guess this is a mid-boss of some kind? Lovely! Darling, just splendid. Oh my god, if those its eyes in the ground, it just retreated into its hole. Youch! That's a lot of Fs. Credit 3! Booyah! Okay, right back where you were, right. So that is. Oh my goodness! My power has been released to full. Is that a limited time kind of thing? Because I got those Fs? Golly, that's cool. Every time you get a continue, you get back to max power, apparently. Well, I don't mind that. Unless this is one of my superpower, my sub-weapon or something has been activated. Right, those things just before, where like right before the boss, a bunch of enemies show up. I see how it's going. Right, okay. I take it, and they said there were 6 stages? Well, they said there were 6 stages on normal, but so I assume it's the same past normal, because they didn't mention any other number. I know you're there! Miss Not Quite Human! Come out, please! Huh? Am I mistaken? Looks like randomly guessing isn't gonna work after all. Well, moving on then. Hey there! You said you were guessing, but what are you looking for? Ah, there you are, yokai. Who now? I was looking for yokai. What for? Obliteration. Oh, I see. Well then, good luck. If you'll just excuse me, I'll be on my way now. I meant you, of course. Wow, you're pretty sharp. Ordinary mountain yokai, orange. Of course, I'm not human, but there isn't a single shrine maiden that doesn't exterminate yokai. Prepare yourself. Haha! You shouldn't underestimate me just because I'm the first stage boss. I'll bang, shoot, and pop your head off! Ack! I would prefer it if you didn't bang my head off or otherwise. Oh man, that's a lot of health you got there, partner. Oh no, okay. No, you were invincible for that first bit, I see. Ah, yeah, I see, understand how this is going on now. Right, sure. I'm underestimating you a little bit, is that okay? But that's maybe just because I've got full power. Probably I shouldn't be so snide just because I've got full power. That's carrying me, or my full power, because I already used to continue on the first stage. Right, sure, I understand. Yeah, I'm really glad that every time I get a bit more damage on you, the rest of your attacks go away. Sorry, I underestimated you. Well done. Not a sealer. I don't want to die yet. You should just give up. This was your fate. God damn, Rima. Calm it down. Can't you just imprison her or something? Jeez. Bomb extend? Okay. I'm fine with this being, like, granted a bomb every round, I suppose. Since I set it to 0 and all. I think that's fair if I use those, right? Because I almost certainly won't have enough to just to overly rely on them like as I was doing before. What is this blue thing? Good, apparently. Whatever that was, I can't say. Oh, sub-weapon, so that must mean that's what those purple things are the extra width to my shot. Okay, I think I gotcha. Black! And that's what, when I get to my max power, my sub-weapon comes out, is that it? Right, or like a higher power ranking anyway. I think I gotcha. These ones don't appear to shoot more when you blow them up, so I may as well be blowing them up. Right. So if I had opted for the other one, I would have had some heat-seeking shots around me as well. Eek! Mid-boss already! Yoink. Yoink. Yoink! Yoink. 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 It's time for some yoinks. I saw that difficulty chart that I've been using to determine all of oh, another bomb. Or was that another bomb? Or... because I don't think I used one, but anyway, let me not care about what it was. That difficulty chart I've been using to base all of my initial opinions of how difficult the games are going to be on each difficulty said that ouch, this game was on Lunatic was pretty easy. It was much easier than the other games we'd beaten so far, but on Lunatic LNB, which I can only assume stands for Lunatic No Bombs. It was a fair bit harder than the other games we've played so far. Although, to this point, I'm not... I mean, on our first attempt here, we've almost made it to the end of the second stage. Of course, not with no continues. Like I said, that's not my current magnum opus, if you will. Magnum opus? Modus operandi is what I meant. Do the bombs go away when you get hurt or something, maybe? Anyway, now that I'm using a continue, I get a full power charge, which is nice of them to give you. Full power up, I would even said it at the top there. Right, and if those things are showing up, that means we're right at the boss. Alright, let's just see just how difficult you are. I'm so glad they brought a health bar back. Oh, it's you! From before! Oh, I remember, yeah, you were in the first game, weren't you? I can't remember if you were in the third game. Pleased to meet you!
Vampire of the Bloody Lake, Kurumi.
My name is Kurumi. I'm this lake's gatekeeper. I defeat every single intruder that comes here, without exception.
That was a simple explanation, but didn't I just fight you before?
That, well, it was just a bit of patrolling. Anyway, I'll show no mercy to anyone who tries to pass through, whether they're a shrine maiden or not.
I gotcha already. Alright. I mean, we didn't show much mercy to our other enemies before, so I suppose there's that. Alright, you. I have so many of my own projectiles on the screen I can barely tell which ones are yours. Okay, at least they usually use cold colors for theirs and warm colors for ours. I know I've got purple ones, so that is a silly thing to say, but whatever. Right, I said I'm glad they have a health bar, but I'm barely looking at it because I'm trying to focus on not dying. Alright, they're easing into it slowly. I know I just got hurt, but these first two bosses have been pretty chill. And every time you drop them down a phase, all their bullets go away, which is quite nice. And they slow down way much when you get to the end of the screen. Oh, right, this might be... I'm not 100%... Wow, that was just terrible, sorry. I'm not 100% sure about this, but I think there might be such a thing as... And just because I'm remembering because of that grade, that GR, which I assume stands for grade icon at the bottom there. I believe there's such a thing as in some of the games, the longer you go without dying, the harder the enemies get. So it may be part of that. Since I'm dying a whole bunch, the enemies are staying sort of easy. Now go home already!
How did I lose?
It's a shrine maiden's duty to defeat yokai like you. Yeah, idiot! Come on! What do you think this is? Stage 3, Darkness.
The song that's playing is Bad Apple. Fun!
God, these things were the bane of my existence in the second game. And they're not much better here. Alright, these ghosty goos are not the worst, though. My power is going on full, so... I don't need to risk my neck for too many power-ups here. Still no idea what that 1000 is there. Oh, fun mid-boss you are. Right. Oh, mixing two of them at once. Good job. Nice move. Your skill probably done. I actually kind of like that build we had, though, with the wide shot. I'll try Marissa and insert shot if this doesn't all pan out, but let's see. But so far, I'm really digging the style of this game. Visually... and design-wise, I think this one's pretty cool. I didn't notice the yin yang showing up beside Genji last time. Unless this isn't Genji, it looks a bit more red. And I haven't heard him using his signature complaints on me, so I can't confirm that it's him. Actually, I might have been wrong before. Did the keys maybe not give you quite really any power? It's just the P's and the S's and the F's that do? I keep feeling... I thought they gave me power in the second one, but... Now I'm looking at it now, it feels like it doesn't give you very much. If it does, it gives you not like an amazing amount or anything like that, I think. I was just about to say, it's nice of the things to show up to let you know when the boss is nearby. You know what, since I've got such a wide shot, I may as well just focus on surviving and not even focus on specifically shooting them. Just lay on the shoot button and focus solely on ducking and weaving. I gather if I placed it more carefully, I could be dealing more damage to them and have to survive less, but... I think dividing my attention like that is not the way to go somehow. It's when she does this and the glowy balls that I get trapped. I didn't even see what hit me that. I didn't see. Anyway, like I was saying, I'm sorry if this isn't really the sort of playthrough a lot of people want from a Touhow type game of getting it, by using all the continues. If I can manage it, I'll probably try and find put a link to a playthrough that's where someone does manage it with no continues in the description, so you can get your fix and all. I don't play video games with the intention of bamboozling and deceiving you out of what you're here for. The objective is to share some of the fun I'm having while playing games with you, so if I'm not having fun and or you're not having fun, it sort of defeats the entire purpose. So if I play the way I don't enjoy, then I don't really have a good time with it, and that shows in the video, I think. And if I'm playing, as I'm doing right now, the way a lot of a number of viewers don't enjoy, then it doesn't make quite as much sense for them to be watching me when they could be watching someone who is giving that. So if I can link anyone who's not enjoying this to something they will, it makes more sense that way, I suppose. Man, am I ever thankful that I don't have to mash it in this game, though. It just said extend? I presume that means an extra life, but I didn't really notice. Right, okay, so my bombs get reset to 0 every time I get hurt, right? That is a thing. That's good. They won't pile up, and I won't be tempted to use them in that case. All right, you can get a little closer to this one because she sends a few attacks that go out sort of to the side of the map. Okay, that's good to know. I'm used to staying back from bosses as much as possible, but there's some sense to getting right up in this one's face right before any of that stuff happens. Oh, and during these phase changes as well, especially. I see. Away with you now. Go away. Thank you. 1 up. Lovely. Oh god, more of these things. Oh no. Okay, I take it back. They're my favorite enemy. Please stop making them. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean any of what I said. I was cruel and thoughtless, and I should have chosen my words more carefully. Ah, there are yellow versions now. Oh, they don't shoot anything. This is awesome. It says a bit like that bit in the second one where a whole bunch of those white ball things come raining from the sky, except those were ones that, when you blew them up, they shot you, so you could avoid them that way. Whereas this one, I guess they're just free loot, really. Hey, whoa, no thanks. Were those all 1-ups? No, they were keys, surely. For a moment, I thought I just missed like 6 1-ups in a row. Ah, I ran into that yellow one. My brain short-circuited there, and I was like, that's a good thing. I want to run into that, right? I did that entirely consciously. That was really silly. Oh, wow, this level goes on for a bit, doesn't it? It's just like, let's throw a few more of these white electric ball things, then some yellow one. Well, yellow ones aren't so bad to deal with. I shouldn't complain whenever they put those. I'd like a whole screen of those, please. Wait, no. Okay, not these. The yellow things. That's gotta be the end, right? Oh my god, there are ghosts too. Why is this level the longest thing in my life? We can cut this out now, surely. That's enough. Haha, joke is over. Let's go now. Okay, here are end of mission. Well, I didn't even get to see the boss. Gulp. My skill done. Lotus Land Story is just the dopest title of anything ever, though. I think Lotus is just a cool word. You know? At least in English. I don't know how it is in any other languages, obviously, but the leaning orbs are totally there when you have the full power up. My mistake. Just didn't notice them before. And if it's anything like the second game, then the sixth, like, final level will just be the boss fight, basically, which I'm pretty cool with. I like the sound of that a lot. Mixing these two moves is such an interesting challenge. I love the idea of that, design-wise. I don't know how those didn't hit me, but it works for me. No, let me get them before the... Oh, I did have a chance to get them, actually. I'm glad they added some shading to the normal enemy projectiles, like the little white energy balls, because it helps make them more distinct from just all the other stuff that's on screen. I find I'm having an easier time. I'm less often in this game, bad example, dying to them and being like, I didn't notice that was there. It's pretty good. This time it's not done. It's it was with an H. You know what? The font is a little messed up in this game. The emulator, it's 50-50 whether it has struggles with the game's font or not, it seems. So my apologies again for that. Right, so considering Rima has all these like wide shot options and everything, I'm guessing that means that Marissa's pattern is much more narrow but deals a lot more damage. So for battling bosses, your strategy has to be you have to be a little more aggressive and actually get in front of them, which can sometimes make it more, whereas with Rima you can focus on dodging while you're attacking, basically. Whereas with Marissa you dodge so that you can attack. Oh, that said grays count in the score menu, so maybe GR does not stand for grade, but grays, which means not much to me. Maybe that's how often I skimmed right by a projectile or something? I'm not sure. Oh, I see. Alright, the top of the screen is safer for that bit, it seems. Right, who shall we face off against here, then? An old person we've known? I'm not sure why W's look like that in this font. What is this place? Oh, we fought you in before, didn't we? Is that Ellen? Looks a bit like Ellen.
This is the entrance to the mansion on the boundary between the dream world and the real world. I'm the guardian here, Ellie.
Not Ellen, then. But it might be the same character, but that's just... It might have been a mistranslation in the other one that it was called Ellen. Right, you haven't seen that yet, but Touhou 3, there was a character named Ellen. In the translation I played, anyway.
Gatekeeper of Mugen Khan, Ellie.
Mugen Khan? And?
Yes?
We're gonna fight, right?
Well, yes. It's been an amazing day today. Humans seldom come here, but you're the second one that's come, just today.
Huh? Who's the other one?
It was a magician.
Marissa. It must be her. So what happened to her?
That is, well...
She forced her way in, huh?
I couldn't help it. It's been a while since the last time I fought. Anyway, I won't lose to you. I'm serious this time.
Oh dear. Well, I mean, I've only got the 1 health, so you might be damn well right about that. Oh, your attacks are cool as hell, though. You're throwing the floor at me. Whoa, she's a Zelda dungeon now. Whoa, she's throwing a lot of floor at us. He did.
I've got credit.
Right, you can't destroy the floor. Good to know. Is she invulnerable? Hey, wait, I haven't done any damage. Am I supposed to, oh, am I supposed to just survive this bit, maybe? Ah, okay, maybe I'll just stop shooting then. Oh, now I can shoot. Okay, wow, sorry, I wasn't ready for everything to change like that. Right, okay, you can't hit her for that first bit, so don't even try. That's good to know. Right, that worked well enough, I don't know how. Oh, she sends that thing can block projectiles for her, which is good for her and not for me. Yow! All right. Yes, that probably says something, but one of the letters is cut off. Under my skill there at the bottom. Let's give a try at Marissa, shall we? Illusion laser or rapid shot? Oh my god, I don't even know. Let's just try the rapid shot. Shall we? Right, so I don't know if this is my sub weapon. Oh no, I guess offensive type because it's just because she's the offensive type that her fire rate is larger. Right, okay, good. Sure. I'll see about this for the moment. So are we canonically going before Raymond in this one as well? Like, am I playing now before the stuff that we did as Raymond? Or is Raymond going to have the one to have gone ahead of us this time? I wonder. We'll know. I thought that was off screen already. We'll know soon enough. Oh my god. This one has much power. Great amounts of power. High score entry. Oh right, Marissa's got a different scoreboard. Wicked. Cool, dope. Looks like the levels are all the same though, so we should be able to clean up this flower in no time at all. The first attack it sends out goes really slow, and very slowly curves towards you, and you can swoop back in for more damage really quickly. I almost muddled it and got myself killed. I am missing the width of Reima's shots at the moment. I think that was probably the right choice. It's more defensive, I think. Yeah, as in the right choice for me. But I suppose we'll figure out, we'll see if my feeling changes when I get up to a boss fight, and we might clear it so fast that I'll think this is worth it. Oh, sorry, I skipped all that dialogue, my bad. I won't do that next time if there is a next time. I mean, it's definitely draining faster, but I don't feel like... I'm not really getting the feeling that it's more use than being able to hit my opponent from not being in front of them. For me, personally, anyway. Of course, that's only the first boss.
So long. You're just a first stage boss, after all.
That was so humiliating! Alright, on to the next thing. At least you didn't kill her like Rayma did. Let's try our illusion laser this time. Okay, these normal shots shoot the same speed, it seems, so... The sub-weapon must be what you get later on. It doesn't affect you from the beginning. She just naturally shoots fast because she's the offensive character of the two. Oh, this laser, okay. This is kind of cool. I dig this. She's very fond of lasers, isn't she? That's kind of like her whole aesthetic. Ah, okay, I see how this is useful. Okay, right. It's not a constant thing, but when it turns on, it's really powerful. Ah, okay. I like the vibes of that. Ow.
Oh? What is this? I can't go any further. Where are you planning on going in the middle of the night? Flying around and all?
Just a little bit of work.
Hey, now that can't be it.
Ordinary mountain yokai, orange. I already introduced this one.
It is, so move. You're in the way.
No, really? Sorry, but I can't let you pass on a night like this. I'll say it again. You're in the way. Could you move? If you want to pass, then you must defeat me first. Well, then I'll help myself. Ah!
Laser, laser, laser. I'm a far in my laser. Oh my god, and it never stops on oh no, it just goes for a long time on max power. Very cool. It's useful for clearing a row of enemies, that's for sure. At first I was thinking that Rayma had much more power in that department, but this just like melts through any normal stage enemies, so that's useful. It is useful for clearing a path in that way. Did not look like I was on that to me.
You're in the way, little bird. You might regret saying that.
Just get out of the way. I'm in a hurry.
No can do. Now that I take a closer look, didn't I just see you? That's right. I'm the gatekeeper of the lake, Kurumi.
Vampire of the bloody lake, Kurumi. Can you stop dying? I'm getting tired of doing this with my voice.
Nice to meet you. I thought you were just a small fry. Anyway, I'll show no mercy to anyone who tries to pass, though, whether they're a magician or not.
Yeah. I love how many of our fights just start with like a... Ugh, gotta deal with this nonsense again, is like the stance that our characters take towards it. The nice thing about this laser being super powerful is that it is, I don't have to be close for this one to do more damage in the same way that Rayman kind of does. I have to be on the same sort of x-axis, if you will, but I don't have to be like right up there because the laser doesn't lose potency as it gets farther away from you. I don't think, anyway. Yes, this is much easier with her than it was with Rayma, this particular fight, anyway. so I can see how she would be the ideal choice moving forward.
Really weak. And you aren't even human. Frustrating.
We gotta stop being mean to all these people. That's probably why they keep showing up as repeat bosses, because you were such jerks to them in the last one. We need to like take some conflict resolution seminars or something. Right, I was thinking at first that I'd like the spread shot, but I'm kind of coming around on this illusion laser. The max level illusion laser is not bad. It's just a little harder to get through the normal levels with it. Without the spread shot, rather. Oh god, that was terrible. I don't want to talk about it. But yeah, this laser is wicked. It's something else. Oh, that was so close. Dealing with those is certainly easier as her, so it feels anyway. It's not that she has no spread, right? She does have a decent amount of spread on her normal shots, even in addition to the... I thought I was running into a power-up. Apparently I wasn't. That sounded like it was about to do the 20th Century Fox logo. How did I get through that? What the hell was that? That was very weird. There's the odd box like that just doesn't compute with me at all. Where I feel like I should have been hit by something where I was, or the other way around. I feel like I should have been hit by something and I dodged it, but they're very much the exception, not the rule in this game. So I don't begrudge it when it happens. I'm just like, well, that was weird. That's how it always feels. Even if you're not doing damage to the bosses, you get points for shooting at them. So I suppose even while the floor thing is going on here, I should still be shooting at her, but I'm not going to because it distracts me, I think. I wonder where the entrance is.
No, my. Humans are not allowed to come inside.
Who's there?
Me? I'm the guardian here, Ellie.
Gatekeeper of the Modern Gone, Ellie.
Perfect timing. Where's the entrance? I said I'm the guardian here. Goodness, first it's the Shrine Maiden and now you. I've had enough of you humans.
Shrine Maiden? That's gotta be Reimu. And I'm betting you lost to that Shrine Maiden.
No way! There's no way that I'd lose to a mere human.
I see, is that so?
I couldn't help it. It's been a while since the last time I fought. Anyway, I won't lose to you. I'm serious this time.
Right, so we are the second to arrive in either instance. Right, okay, so it's much easier to dodge this if I'm not also shooting my own things that distract the hell out of my sight line. Alright, I can move around the whole screen. Right, that's useful. After this is when she blows up the whole floor and just throws it all, right? And then we can actually start fighting. There we go, okay. God, I don't know what to do about that first one. All right, I get in the corner for that, of course. Silly me. Well, that was pretty bad. Not proud of that one. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna give it a try at Reimu's other thing, Search Shot, to see if it's any good. Because right now, Reimu with Wide Shot and Marissa with the laser are pretty close in my esteem. I'm not sure which one I'd want to use, because I think Reimu, I have a better time surviving stuff, but you do absolutely tear through fights with the laser, provided you can find the gaps. There is a bad habit I run into often where I sort of hug the bottom and I don't move up or down at all just because it's easier for my brain to compute left and right dodging things, but there are sometimes where you will just trap yourself if you do that. My brain only works like one-dimensionally. Whoa, this is interesting. Okay, I see that they're curving towards the enemy. Right, okay, I got that. So in that sense, it has some of the similar utility as the Wide Shot. It's just not quite the same. I wonder how useful it would be if I were like on the other side of the screen. Oh, very cool. Okay, so this might be a strong contender. I wasn't seeing how useful this could be. I didn't think it would be quite that potent. That's marvelous. I like the sound of that a lot, actually. It basically just tracks the nearest enemy and launches into them, does it? I dig the sound of that. In that way, it has similar utility to Wide Shot, just in a different sort of severity, if you will. I didn't realize a whole bunch of them showed up at the top there. I would never have gone there. I gotta say, something I'm really loving about the one thing I find just endlessly funny and entertaining about this game is how, no matter how grim and like brutally difficult the boss fight was, your characters almost always regard it with like the most open like contempt and apathy they possibly can. Like, oh, that was the most pointless and boring shit I've ever done in my life. Can we move on now, please? It's like when they're engaging these like world-ending cataclysmic duels to the death, and they're just like, oh, that was so stupid. Or like, okay, I guess we did it now. Like I can't remember a single time, except in the third game, it will happen once, where any character was like, oh yeah, I actually won that. Oh man, I just find it so funny. In fact, with this Search Shot, her offensive capability goes up quite a bit. I would say not quite comparable to the laser, but it's you're getting there anyway. Especially as you don't actually have to get close. It's like the more offensive version of the Wide Shot, but has slightly less coverage. I should have got that bomb probably just for the score, even if I'm not going to be using them. But I was scratching me nose. Me nostrils itched. I'm thinking I do like Search Shot, especially on high tier. There are a whole bunch of them. As far as I can tell, the characters move the same speed though, which I assume was done because they, at least in part, because it's harder to balance attacks that can be dodged if your characters move different speeds, which is good sense to me to keep them all the same speed. Which was the never mind about what I was about to say. Wow, I dodged the first thing and then just sort of stood there for the next one. Not my finest move. Alright, now that I'm facing her, wow, I didn't even see what I hit. It is becoming clear that the laser was, I was saying this is about, approaching comparable to the laser in terms of offensive power. I take that back now. That is not at all true. I think I might go laser after this. Yeah, the other nice thing about Search Shot is I can stand on one side and shoot there, and it'll target the enemies on the other side for me, which is cool. Alright, but it's clearly, god damn, not as good as Wide Shot for this sort of situation, by my reckoning anyway. So Wide Shot or the laser is probably the way to go. I'm gonna go for the laser again, because without much experience with it, I was able to get pretty far. So if I practice up with it a bit, I think we'll see slightly better results. Plus, it means I get to be a bit more proactive in dealing damage anyway, because I can actually get in front of them to deal more damage, rather than just kind of holding down Z and hoping for the best, which is what I do with the Search Shot or the Wide Shot, basically. I mean, I still got close to do damage when I wanted to with Wide Shot, but just most of the time I was spending it playing Keep Away, and I think an offensive strategy is going to serve us better in this game, considering there's the whole phase change mechanic, which destroys all the bullets they had on screen already. Ow. Alright, I know that grand scheme that wasn't like the most impressive thing, but that was probably the coolest I've ever looked while doing one of these game's bosses, so that was cool. I liked that a lot. Oh my god, 4 lives, look at all that. Watch me lose them all! I love how I blew up and it was like, high score! The timing of that was quite funny, I reckon. I reckon it was rather comical. Were I to guess about the prospects of comedy that particular interaction with the video game could offer us in this time of strife. I'm fine. We're almost definitely gonna beat this boss this time. Because I have 2 continues in the bag, even if I am bad at everything else. I'm becoming pretty confident that laser is how I'm going to want to carry on to the rest of this. I mean, it may turn out that I find the last boss is something that I'm really going to want one of the other moves for, because I have a hard time getting into its vulnerable position, and it's better to just dodge, which case the Wide Shot or something like that would be better, but for now I'm thinking the extra damage from the laser is just wickedly useful for these boss fights. And I wouldn't want to give it up. I like how they make a joke about how, like, Ellie is, she hasn't fought in a bit, and she's not very good at this, I'm sorry. But she's the boss I've died to the most to so far. Gak! Yeah, no, I'm not getting this one yet. She's got a lot of health too. Doing this with Rainbow would probably suck a lot. Wow, she just rips through me. I'm not sure what I should be prioritizing with that one. Yikes. Very done. I'm really glad that they told us how many stages there were. I hope that's a trend that continues. Actually, finally survived that first move. Yay. And then it's back to these ones that I'm really bad at.
2, 3, presto!
I guess if I ever see her starting to charge that sweep maneuver, it's probably... I might have time to just get, like, behind her. Because I don't think it goes behind her. My leaderboard is just full of continues. Who knows what dream bonus is, though? God, they came from the bottom of me. I was like, how did I die there? What the hell? That was just another thing you had to memorize. Alright, you can get... Oh, no, it definitely hits above her. Okay. But it comes from a direction, right? So surely you can get around the other side of it. I always thought Marissa was a cool name. I gather that's not entirely relevant at the moment, and I should be focusing on not getting shot by that. Thought it was an item. Was not looking with my vision, I was looking with my peripheral vision. Right, because you can't... It sweeps one way and then back the other way, so it's not like you can anticipate where it's going to be and dodge them both that way. So you have to... I don't yet know, because it... Like, looking at those bullets there, you could feasibly squeeze through that, I guess. But that's only when it's at the bottom like that. That is an attack that at present I just do not understand. And this is the sort of thing where Games with Limited continues. This is the part of it that rubs me the wrong way, is like, what would be really nice is if I could just try that attack again so I can learn it. And because it'll probably take about, I don't know, 50 seconds, 3 minutes, something like that. But I have to play for a few hours to get back there to even try my hand at dodging that attack again, rather than getting some kind of practice mode where I can just learn that specific attack. Could have sworn that bullet was off screen already. But again, that is by design that these things are like this. Of course, originally the idea was that this would force you to put more quarters, that you pay more money to the developers to learn the rest of the game, but naturally was kept around just because apparently we like that about arcades. Thank goodness the laser can cover my sides as well. Didn't look like I should have survived that at all, did it? It's that second wave is tighter. I'm not sure. It feels like there's less, you have less room for error than that one. I'm not sure why. Like, this first one, tons of space. The second one, no space at all. And just without fail, whenever it's going to decide to do that in a moment, and I'm gonna get hit by the... Oh, well, that one's not so bad. It's the other one that's a problem. It's good to know that it goes away after the first two phases, though, I guess. What? How did I take them out and die at the same time? Somebody cheated. Alright, I guess I took too long or something that time, but that time the phase changes didn't get rid of the bullets, which was weird. I can only assume it's because I took a long time. Oh, Dream is probably what the blue things are, considering they're hard to come by, and I usually have a score of 0 in that by the end of a level. I wonder what it's good for. As bad as I am at the green rings when they get to like 5, at least they start you out with 1 or 2. You know, it's like it starts at 1, then now it does 2 at a time, and then by the time it does 5 at a time, it's like, alright, you at least had some time to learn that. I'm still not going to dodge it because I'm very bad at it, but you know, there you go. At least it's fair. Oh, the mini-bosses die of their own accord at some point if you're not fast enough. I see. That's what the bonus comes in. Right. Last go for today. So far, Ellie is my limit.
1, 2, 3,
As you can see, I took like 4 damage from the sweep thing, and if I hadn't looked at the health bar, if I had 4 more health, I would have dealt with that, but I don't have a way to practice that, and I can't see a way through it. Aside from it, like, there's a very, very small opening if you after the first swing get to the far side of the other swing. But first of all, that requires dodging the first swing well enough that you have enough time to get to the right side, and then it requires just like laser precision, like more than the entire series has demanded from us at any other point so far, which is why because I've been able to handle the series up to here, quote unquote, I feel like that's the tightest we've ever had to do anything thus far, which is why it feels like there should be another way around it. But alas! One thing I will note about this game is that the level design leading up to the bosses, in most respects so far, this game I would say is as good or better than the second one, but the level design leading up to the bosses so far has felt, that's spoilers, don't show me that, has felt slightly more repetitive. In whichever one has the red crabs, I think that was level 3. It's like, so after there's the first sort of barrage of red crabs that shows up alongside those white electric ball things, and then right after that there's like a moment's pause, and then it does the thing where like a whole red crabs come down on either side and start forcing the middle, so you kind of want to cut around one side so that you have a way up and around, or that's what I've been doing anyway. And then right after that, it does another hail of red crabs with white orbs and now some yellow orbs, and then it does the red crab curtain thing again. Like it feels like you play that part of the level just twice back to back, and it feels like I'd sort of preferred that they just kind of have one or do something different for the other part. So what is slow mode? Artificially slow down the game when many bullets are present. Oh, well, that would suck. Anyway, so the level design is like a modicum less interesting than in Touhou 2, is my feeling so far. Level design leading up to the bosses, though. So far, the bosses have been pretty top-notch. It's just that one move of Ellie's, it feels like I don't understand it because it seems unreasonably difficult compared to the rest of the attacks of the whole game. Nevertheless, I'll be seeing you next time in Touhou 4. Goodbye now. Hey, I'm back the next day. I played a bit last night, trying to practice the Ellie boss, and I managed to beat it with the 3 lives, but I was also doing a bit of practice with 6 lives, just to try and get the pattern down a bit more, and I have a few more ideas, but I still really haven't concretely figured out how to get back past the big sweepy thing that ends me all this time. I gotta say, after this one, I gotta take a break, because clearly I'm getting way too stuck in with these. But they're really good games. You see why. I just really gotta beat this one, though, because it's like, I need a win in my life right now, if you see what I mean. But I keep playing games that I'm, like, not good at on the channel, and, like, going to the highest difficulty they go, just because I'm so dang stubborn. But I keep swearing that I'm like not gonna do it, but this time I really gotta like take a break after this one and not play any Touhou or anything else that's like beyond my skill level for like a few months, because this one is starting to get to me. But considering day 1 in only 3 hours we were able to get at least halfway, and last night I was able to beat the halfway boss, even if I only did it with like 1 life left, we should have some capacity to get through the rest of this, maybe at some point, I hope. I already almost died. But with how starkly that one move that she does, I found it, like how much more starkly difficult I found it in contrast to everything else. I have to assume that the other bosses will be difficult, but they won't give me quite that same level of, I have no idea how to get past this move, for instance. It'll just be like, oh, okay, I see what to do here, it's just difficult. For the rest of the bosses, is how I have to assume this is gonna go. Also, I learned that these purple things give you more points the higher up on the screen you catch them, which is interesting and could be useful for getting more lives. And also, of passive interest, is that, when I played with 6 lives, just to try and get some practice in on the Ellie boss, every mission I received a penalty to my final score for it, so it's clear that the default amount is the amount you're sort of supposed to use. Although it's interesting, because we don't get any kind of score buff for not using any bombs. So just to be clear, like when I beat Ellie last night, I did it so with my last life on my last continue, because I took like 6 hits from that move that I still don't know how to dodge, so it's not that I've learned more how to dodge that one, really, I wouldn't say. As I think I was saying before, some might argue that the best way to learn something like this would be to, every time I die, like since the first level is easy enough that I've been able to do it without dying once before, what I should do is every time I die on that first level, I'll just restart immediately, so that I train myself to be basically, effectively perfect at it, so that I basically never die on it. That way I'll always go into the next bit with more lives. While normally I might agree, at the moment I'm feeling like that'll take enough time that I'll have gotten rusty at Ellie's fight, and it's better if I just survive long enough to do like a whatever works approach to get as much experience for the later fights as possible, even if I only show up there with like 2 health and no continues. I wonder if it would be better to play it windowed, because it's like I'm having a problem with perspective. I keep thinking I'm right beside something when I'm actually in front of it, just because the screen is big enough that I have to, I don't know, I'm not sure what it is. It's like the image gets distorted, and it's like, to my eyes, it looks like I walk right past something and explode. But I guess there's also the thing of when you specifically get hit by something, you freeze in place for a moment, so I probably think I'm alive for like a half second more than I actually am. That's what's confusing me. You don't just blow up on the spot. You like blink in place for a second and then blow up. It'll go right to your thighs, and then you blow up. I'm not doing very well here, but it's the first start of the day. It's a warm-up, that's all. Also, sorry if my voice sounds odd. My throat's been a little weird these past few days, the cause of which I have yet to discern. What I may do is look up someone else playing this better than me, just to know how they get through my problem attack with Ellie, because it may give me some insight on how best to be doing that. Ah, took each other out at the same time. Hate when that happens. Because it means if I was just a second faster, I'd have been fine. Also, after looking into certain pages a bit more, I believe that ranking list that I was looking at was indeed a ranking of how difficult it is to 1cc the games. So obviously that is a different beast than just beating them normally. Sorry for the pause. I was trying to focus for all the good that did me. Might get another extra life here if I get up to 60,000 before dying. Damn it. I had to say it. God, even hiding at the top didn't save me. Once you get in the corner like that, there is an angle where you can... There's just like a straight diagonal you need to make. It's not the diagonal that the controls let you make because you only get 8 directions, so you can only move at a 45-degree angle, and it's something like a 70-degree angle you need to... But like, if you feather the left key a bit, I think you could weasel your way through that angle. But so I think sticking to a corner so that the angle you're supposed to move at becomes obvious is the right idea with that. Although I'm not sure what to do about the second swing there, because, like, again, with how small your hurt box is, I think the gaps in between these are enough, but there is absolutely no wiggle room. I need to have to get through, like, 6 rows of them. But I feel like I'm like, approaching an understanding of how to do that one, but I'd really rather not have to dodge that one if possible. I'd rather just get through the phases fast enough that it isn't necessary. At first I was thinking maybe if you were really fast it would be possible to hide at the top of the screen, but I'm not sure it's an option because if she's at the top of the screen then the wave starts at the top of the screen, so that doesn't really help. Except maybe that's only on the left side. Does she always swing to the right first and then to the left? So maybe the first swing she does to the right doesn't actually reach all the way to the right. And you can hide on the right side at the top. I'm not sure about that. It merits investigation. I just had a random thought. What if the reason that our friend character always went ahead of us in no matter which route you choose is that they're gonna be like the last boss or something? They're gonna get like possessed and you're gonna have to fight them. That would suck. Because from my time playing the third game, Raymond was not an easy opponent. This was pretty hard. What I'm trying for now is to not use any continues before reaching the 3rd level. Because I feel like, at least for now, before I have any... I get the familiarity with Ellie that I need, I just have to show up there with a lot of lives to learn it. And we've proven before that, at the very least, the boss fights, but I'm pretty sure the rest of the level 2, we've been able to do the first 2 levels without taking damage. It's a good thing the levels look pretty different, because at least my brain can, like, sort them that way. So there's a lower chance that my brain's gonna get, like, muddled if I don't play a level for a long time. The second I get the visual stimulus of the first bits of the level, my brain's gonna be like, oh, I remember this, even if it takes me forever to get back to somewhere. Probably, hopefully, is how that will go. Did that yellow one shoot one at me? Because I didn't see a damn thing happen. That is so frustrating. I cannot put it to words. Crap storm! Gonna get extra points here. Look at this swagness. That's a terrible idea. What am I doing? Almost as terrible as the idea to say the word swagness. What the hell was that? That was the first time I've ever dodged that move, though. So I think I'm right. At the bottom right corner, you swoop up and do that diagonal, and then you just leave to the right side of the screen to avoid the second time that hits. The second swing of that hit, sorry. That seems to be the thing to do with that. Or a thing to do with that. That one's much easier, just in all respects. I'm trouble with the timing, but that's a way to do it, which gives me incredible confidence. I did not realize that thing did not disappear when the phase changed. But of course I can't tell what it's doing just from looking at it, so I have to act as though it's doing the hard one, even if it's going to do that easy one, and get over to the right. I did last night without too much trouble. That one's not so bad. It's just that move, I swear. The rest of it, it's not that bad. But now I have a way to do it. I'm still obviously like, I get it like 30% of the time, but that's infinitely more than I got it before this past 3 minutes, so I'm so happy I learned a way to do it. You get it to the bottom right corner, and then there's, though thin, there is a gap to do a diagonal movement, and then you can just yeet up to the top to avoid the second sweep.
Yeah, I lost again.
Time to tail Rayma.
I'm not letting her get there first.
I can't believe that's what you're worried about right now, Marissa. You're so badass, but you're so stupid. We have bigger fish to fry. Okay. When I beat Ellie last time, I quit out immediately, so I have not seen Dream of Frail Girl. Oh, is this going to be like someone I recognize from the third game, like Kotahime or someone? Oh my god, these things have so much health. I wish them all a very go away. Bugger! We're not going to see any of this level, are we? Oh my god, I wish them all a very go away. Please, oh my god, go away. They can't shoot me if I go up, surely. Oh, they totally can. Okay, I see. I hate it. I hate it. Don't like it. Okay, they're not. I'm exaggerating their badness. You just have to shoot them. Alright, well, level 4 is great. I honestly cannot explain how happy it makes me that we found a way to dodge that move, though, and I didn't even have to look it up. So there is clearly something to... What I've been doing the past few times is quitting out if I take really any damage on the first 2 levels. Or I'll take, or quit out if I use my continue before the end of the second level, basically. Clearly that's the strat to follow. And I do alright with... So I'm not great at... level 1 I'm sort of fine with. Level 2 and level 3, that is the part of the stage before the boss. Level 2 and level 3, I get it without damage like 60% of the time. It's not very consistent. But it can happen, so if I can get through the first 2 bosses without taking damage, and the first 3 stage areas without taking damage, and then now that I have a way to dodge Ellie, I'm probably gonna take, a fair amount of damage on her, but not like 3 continues. In theory, I've got no power. I need to start this again. In theory, I could get to stage 4, with 2 continues or so remaining, probably. That's the capability I have, so. And I've only been recording for an hour today, so an hour in and we've already solved, basically solved the big problem I was having all yesterday, which was Ellie's, that move. So, I don't know if it feels like it to you, but that's tremendous progress. For some bosses, it's better to have only the 2 stars in the middle rather than the 3, because when you get 3, it starts splitting off, but when it's 2, they basically go in the same arc, so it's easier to hit an enemy without moving. I reckon this emulator probably can handle save states, and part of me is like, I'd probably enjoy it more because, it's not that I dislike doing the hard parts, I dislike doing the easy parts over and over before the hard parts, as I've mentioned a billion times. So it's like, in theory, if I had my way, this game you would have no bombs and only 1 life, and no continues. But it would save every time you got to a new stage, so you never had to do the first 3 stages again. When you, I wouldn't mind having to reach a level of skill such that you could do the whole thing without getting hurt. I mind that you don't get the time to practice it because it boots you back to the beginning. And that's not a criticism of this game in particular, to be clear. That's a criticism of, or a personal flavor gripe about all games that feature a continue system like this. I find it vastly more engaging to do something difficult over and over till I've done it and move on to the next thing, rather than do the easy thing, do the slightly harder thing over and over until it's difficult, but then have to do the easy things again just to practice and learn the hard thing. We would have figured out that Ellie dodge thing, that this is now, if I spent 3 hours recording yesterday and then an hour and a half playing by myself and now it's an hour here, all that added together, it's 5.5 hours, and we started having the Ellie problem at about an hour and a half in, so it took me 4 hours to learn that dodge, when if I could have retried that boss fight as many times as I wanted when we were right there, it would have taken about 10 minutes. So that's the artificial difficulty that I complain about with any game that features a continue system. But I get that, technically speaking, it is more difficult to have to do the entire game perfectly back to back. It's just a less engaging kind of difficulty, I suppose, is my point, personally. It becomes a chore then rather than a game, I suppose. A skill I have to maintain and build over several months, which it's fine for the people who are into that variety of challenge. I wish them all the best, and they're incredibly impressive, but it is not my jam, personally. But because the game is so damn good, I'm willing to look past that, or look past it makes it sound like it's a ubiquitous trespass, which is not obviously true. I want to make it clear that it's my personal preference that things not be that way. But when I say I'm willing to look past it, I mean I'm willing to tolerate it even amidst my preferences because the rest of the game is so damn good and well designed. and cute and funny and cool. This is my way of praising the game, you see, by starting with how much I hate it. No, sorry. Let's just shut up and get back into it now. Well, that wasn't good. I don't want to talk about it. Talking will make you feel better. Leave me alone. Also, a note pertaining to the extra stories. I don't think every game has one, but where they exist, I believe it's possible to unlock them on easy mode by doing the game with no continues on easy mode or so, and then play them through on Lunatic after that. So, it may be possible to revisit some old games, like the second one, that have an extra story, by unlocking the extra with easy and then play it on Lunatic. But like I said, probably it needs to wait, because I need a long break after this one, I feel like. I really am behind on editing other videos and stuff. That's the real crime in all this, is that I'm behind on editing the other videos. Sorry about the other videos. I know. I was already behind because of other life circumstances, and then I just had to make it worse by going to get myself hooked on a game that I'm bad at. Such is the gamer's tragedy, though. Doomed forever to seek greater heights! And then we're frustrated when we can't scale them in an instant. I gotta say, I'm growing very unfond of these things. These little spinning death turtle things that come out of the water. They're, because they sometimes do like a cheeky second shot if you don't manage to take them out right before they get to the bottom of the screen. So from the bottom of the screen, this extra little shot comes out and you're just not expecting it, or I'm not usually. Not to mention the pattern for their shooting is already a little random each time. Bam it! Makes me so mad. These crabs aren't much better because they have even more health. And they can do the same thing. They can shoot like once when they show up and then another again right at the edge of the screen. Right when you think you're done with them. Right, you can get right up close for this first bit because the first thing she does is shoot projectiles into the wall, so you can hit her for all that if you want, by my account. You may as well. So you hit with all the projectiles and not just a few. Alright, at least the thing about those dolls is they weren't flying towards us, so damn it. As long as we're quick about taking them out, I suppose. Well, the thing is, they're not flying towards us, so they're not going to go past us, but you have to take them out, is more like the thing. Whereas normally I'm contented like, oh, I'll take out like 70% of the enemies and then it'll be fine somehow. That's not going to work this next level. Saw that one, just too late. Was unbelievably close. I don't want to talk about it. Also, I'm just realizing how funny it is that Ellie apologizes to us for letting our own friend through. Like we're going to be the superior who's angry at her for messing it up. There's a perfect straight line there that you could weasel through, but the timing for it is lost on me at the moment. I guess I should try and work my way in to shoot her with more blasts. Oh, of course, why have I not been doing that? Whenever she's doing an attack that I know how to weasel my way through, I should be getting right up in her face. Keep thinking that spinner thing's gonna disappear when the phase changes, like, you know, every other attack in the game. Or the fastest I've died. You're right, game. This was pretty hard. Whoa, I got a hell of a lot of points for that one. Oh, I forgot that shows up right at the beginning of that phase. No, you don't get an extra life for 60,000? I thought you did. Chances are we'll break high score here. Oh, I got an extra life. Oh, from 80,000 you get one. Oh, sweet, okay. For God's sake. I've never done that where I've taken that damage twice in a row like that. And I had to do that on the one time I got up to 2 lives from the... Never mind. Just be thankful I haven't used my continue yet. Why would I say that? Oh my god, why would I choose to say that right now? Stop talking altogether, my god. Hey, that's a lot of dolls. Can we maybe have fewer so that I can actually get over there and shoot them because I can only shoot forward? Oh, no? Okay, fine. Cool, works for me. I mean, that was just a line. I don't know what it is. Every time I do well, I had 4 extra lives because I survived through the second fight just after using a continue, so I got the point bonus from that to get up there. I survived through the mid-boss of this one, which gives you an extra life by default. I had 55,000, so I was coming up on another life, and then I just lost all 4 on this last stretch here, which hasn't ever I've never lost that much health on it at all. And it's weird because I don't feel less pressured when I have more, because the obvious explanation would be you have more lives, so you suddenly start to relax, and then that's when it gets harder, of course. But I don't feel relaxed at all. I feel more stressed out when I have more, so I guess it's that I handle pressure extremely poorly. And case in point, not even in the boss fight yet, and I had full lives and I just lost another. None of which happens when I'm not doing well. When I'm doing poorly, I do better. It's not fair. It's not fair! Why, when I'm doing so well, am I suddenly... Fuck! How did I forget that? Oh my god, in the center of that, is it just a straight line? Because if so, that might be the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. In the center of it here. There's a point of it at which you can basically just go in a straight line. I see. Well, in spite of the rest of the horrid performance of this run... I've learned a bit more about her, which is great. Oh, that happens right then. This thing is not joking around. What the shit? What kind of mid-boss are you? You need your own game, my friend. Ah! What do you want about the point bonus from them? Would have given me an extra life. That's progress, though. That's progress. One thing I will say I like about the bosses in this game, and I suppose the series as a whole, is that they tend to be pretty consistent about what moves they use. So it's not like you'll RNG and they'll randomly choose not to do the move that you hate. Because while that would be temporarily nice, it overall would mean that you wouldn't get to learn it at all. So every time you do a fight, unless you take them out fast enough, they're going to be doing like all the moves, basically. So you can almost always count on being able to get some time to practice them, basically, is what that means. Which is not so with a lot of games. A lot of games, the boss is like, I'll just pick one move to do randomly. Which means you'll go like 5 times without ever having seen this move, and then you'll not be ready for when it comes. Which is just kind of silly. To be clear, in the past, I believe there's been a fight or two that we didn't do because not talking about the extra stage, but there have been fights that we didn't do because you needed to 1cc it for them to show up. Like that's part of the good ending was this new extra fight. And if that's the case in this game, where like stage 6 or something, or the last boss of stage 6 or whatever doesn't happen because we don't 1cc it, I'm totally fine with that. But you may have guessed that already. This game is quickly becoming like my white whale of the series. Shit, I forget that one happens first. That's how it works. You learn how to do one thing, like that move, and then you forget all the basic stuff. It's not enough room in my brain for this game. genuinely, there's just no other attack in that fight comes close to the sweep. Even the ones I have way less experience with. It's totally bizarre. This is an absurdly punishing enemy right here. Jeepers. I mean, that's why. Oh no, green versions of this. Oh, come on. These things were bad enough already. Oh, we're not serious. We're not serious. No. No, 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 no. Oh, those things are impossible to take down. And they come from the corners. And now they do bwangs? No. You know what I am gonna do? I'm gonna play for a bit with 6 lives, though my objective would still be to beat it with the default amount of 3. In theory, even if I get if I can get ahead of where I normally get this way, then I'm still learning in a lunatic environment, if you see what I mean. Like, the thing about playing it on easy is, yeah, you can get to the same boss, but it's not the same boss if it's on easy. The pattern. They take on different speeds, they sometimes take on different patterns altogether. You're playing a completely different video game, so it doesn't help me. It doesn't help me at all to learn any of it by playing it on a lower difficulty. Like, that might help me get better at this kind of game, period, just because it gives me more experience playing this kind of game, but it's a different game. So I don't get experience with this game particularly, which is what I need right now, more than experience with the genre, I feel. Experience with the genre is long-term, experience with this game is short-term. And since I'm trying to win this game in the short term, and then pause for a long time, I'm more concerned with the short term. As such, playing with this with more lives, I'll still get the chance to dodge and learn moves that way and stuff. All the same stuff I'm doing with fewer lives, just for a bit more time. There are a whole bunch of studies done into, like, if playing video games in your old age helps, like, keep your mental acuity sharp and, like, can prevent, and in some cases I think studies have shown that they've been able to, like, prevent different kinds of dementia and stuff. Or is dementia the... I always get it mixed up. If dementia is a kind of Alzheimer's or if Alzheimer's is a kind of dementia. I think Alzheimer's is a kind of dementia. Anyway, I have to imagine that these games would be great for that. You're definitely gonna see me return to this series when I'm like 80, if my channel's still around by then. You'll see it there. I have to imagine. Because there are quite a number of skills it tests. It tests pattern recognition, it tests reflexes, it tests memorization, cost-benefit analysis, and of course patience. And anger management. Oh, that's why I sometimes have a harder time with this, because I'm often getting here before I've game overed once. So before I've used the continue once, so I'm coming here without the 5 stars. Oh, and it makes it much harder to take those white electro orbs out when I've only got the 3 stars. Okay, I thought it seemed randomly harder sometimes, but that must be what it was, because now that I have all these extra lives aplenty, I've obviously game overed less at this point, which is to say not at all, so I obviously have fewer stars because I haven't hit the max power level yet, which naturally makes those things harder, and so I figured it out more easily that way. Finally. Finally I realized what was going on. Ugh, I'm tainting my high scoreboard with this faulty run, though, because it's a run with extra lives. I assume people who do 1cc runs are generally doing them with the default amount of lives. Like, it gives you a bit of a penalty because you get less score at the end, so in theory you're getting less extra lives that way, but I think the amount of lives you get at the start greatly outweigh that. Actually, I'm just gonna restart because I want to see what my rank is for 98,000 points. Like what your skill designation is.
Cuddly.
Oh, probably done again. I thought it had something to do with my score. 45% completion. Oh, I guess because I've got more deaths this way, maybe? I'm not sure. If I found out that most people do 1cc runs with the extra lives intact, then I would feel like that's the standard of gameplay, and I'd probably be slightly more cool using it. But I think we're likely going to find that since I was able to make it halfway through stage 4 with the default amount, that probably doing it with double the amount is going to make it a little too easy, so as to not be satisfying. Oh, now we're gonna tell me when there are enemies at the bottom of the screen. More than halfway through the 4th of 6 levels. I mean, that's the most... I can't believe you, game. Now you think it's necessary for me to know when there are enemies spawning unforeseeably from the bottom. Wow. Just wow. I'm stunned. Genuinely. Oh, and one of these at the same time. This is the best level. I didn't think it could get better than Death Turtles. Hey, at least that one gives you one single one-up. Cheeky game. Jeepers. Come on, we've had 2 mid-bosses. Surely we're at the end now. Okay, this looks like the end. Oh no, there are more dolls. Oh good. I was just thinking we'd seen the last of them and then I'd be happy. Able to live a fruitful and long life. Hey, do you think there are enough dolls? Do you think we can stop with the dolls now? Jesus, man. Like, how many more dolls are in this place? Someone's got a serious problem. Oh my god, come on now. How would you even handle this if you weren't using Marissa's laser, man? Oh, we're scrolling past them. Never mind. I just gotta ignore these ones, apparently. Or maybe just take out a whole column of them. Hey, this game suddenly has way too many dolls. Just felt the need to point that out, in case anyone was having trouble coming to grips with what was on screen, as I am. Oh god, and this thing follows you all around the whole screen. That's the worst one of those yet. Pitch black in here. Marissa? Why the heck are you here? Well, it has nothing to do with you. Yes, it does.
Eternal Shrine Maiden, Rema Hakurai.
You're planning something devious again, aren't you? I wouldn't say devious, exactly. At any rate, it's dangerous here. Hurry up and go back. Sorry, no can do. At least not until I make all the magic power here mine. Up for a fight, huh? Ah, so we do have to fight her. Well, that shouldn't be so hard. She goes down so easily. Alright, it was fun playing. So not quite the last boss, but a boss indeed. Okay, I'm going to do something that's probably going to upset a few people. And I'm very sorry if that's the case. I'm going to play this very much the wrong way. I've swapped emulators. I managed to get Project Neko 2 working with this one. It still doesn't work with the first game for whatever reason. The font's all messed up, but it seems fine with this one. I did some thinking about what I said earlier, which was that I would greatly prefer this game if rather than, I'll stop doing the air quotes, having multiple lives to do the same stuff over and over again with, I would much prefer if I only had one life, but that I got to save every time I finished a level or a boss. So I'm gonna use save states. All I have to do is click that, I think, and then that's that made. So that is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do, well, that's what I'm going to try to do from here on out, just because I'm starting to see the road stretch out ahead of me, and even if I do beat the game at the end of it, there is a lot of redoing those levels that I'd rather only do once. Maybe twice tops. So although it is technically cheating, and it is not in the redoing things over and over again spirit of the game and other games like it, I am modifying our run so that I enjoy it more. That said, I think I will carry on using Illusion Laser Marissa, and the game seemed to run smoother on this emulator. That wasn't the case at first. I had to fuss around with it a bunch, but the frame rate seems much higher, doesn't it? The whole thing seems more delightful all around. I think it's running in the same speed, though. It took some doing. It wasn't like this at first. I had to mess around with some settings. And I believe the music is a little higher quality samples, or they're playing in a higher bit rate or something like that. Anyway, so even if I gather extra lives, I will not be using them. The second I die, that is a load on our most recent save state. Those are the new rules I am operating under. And I may only save state when I get to a boss or get through a boss. So that way I don't have to keep redoing the level right before the boss either. Oh my god, the laser looks so much more intimidating with the higher frame rate. Golly! So I'm sorry if this isn't the Touhou 4 run you wanted, but I'm enjoying the hell out of it and I want to keep playing it with this level of difficulty and tension, but just not with the redoing of things. And save states are the way to do that, I deem. And you know what? I'm more proud of myself for coming to terms with doing it a cheap way than I would have been for actually doing it, I think. Because this is big for me. I'm so damn stubborn usually. Right, it's a little disorienting going for now that the visuals are a little higher quality, but clearly I haven't died yet, so it can't be that bad. Oh, right, and I gotta remember to pause and save state right before the boss here. Which means now. So long, level 1, never have to do you again. But obviously if I decided at some point that I didn't like the power level I had going into this, then I could redo it. Alright, looks like, okay, a bit of the dialogue is screwy in this even still, but we shall soldier on. I'll just try and guess what they're saying whenever the dialogue is screwy. This was the problem I had with the first game, basically, in this emulator, is that I wasn't able, the font seemed to be kind of screwy no matter what I did. Oh dear, there is a bit of slowdown here and there. With a whole bunch of bullets on screen. Hopefully that doesn't get too dramatic as this goes on. I think in some ways it is a little easier now that... okay, slow down. Shoot, I'm gonna have to do something about that. Because it makes it too easy. Alright, I think I cut the frame rate in half, which hopefully improves the performance a bit. This is a bit more what the frame rate was like on the other one. Oh, it's not helping at all, actually. It seems like the slowdown still happens. Damn it. I swapped to this emulator because I wasn't having any... I didn't find that the other one had a way to do any save states, but this one's gonna give us easy baby mode slowdown. It kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Even when I got to set it to turbo mode and all. Dang. More the emulator's problem than the games, anyway. Yeah, that's much... damn it. Alright, back to the drawing board. This Rambo attack happens in the first boss, though, so we can use it as a benchmark, basically. Alright, I messed with the settings a little, and I guess it seems like it's not doing quite as much slowdown. So let's start clean slate from the top now, and see how far we get with this new quote strategy unquote of ours. This new technological advancement I like to call cheating. Cheating, basically, to make the game more palatable to me personally, is how it is. It's still going to be plenty hard, I think, doing each boss fight without taking damage and such. Well, and the levels, to be honest with you, but it'll be I'm cheating to cater it to my personal taste of difficulty, which is short bursts of really hard stuff to do that you never have to do again. And like I was saying before, any extra lives I get do not count. And I suppose, unfortunately, this will mean that we'll see the good ending by ill-gotten means, essentially, because I did not, in fact, do it with no continues. I'm doing it with infinite continues, but one life per continue, basically, and continuing from the start of the fights and or the level. But I'd rather not do the level and the boss fight all in one go. That I don't care for. I much prefer levels and bosses being separate. Actually, I suppose I should really, the save state should happen on the dialogue box, shouldn't it? So I'd be sure I don't accidentally save state in the middle of something. Alright, first boss, we're fighting you for reals this time. Don't think you're gonna weasel your way out of winning just because I win. Did not make any sense what I just said, but it's fine, because I'm trying to focus even the slightest bit here so that I don't make an utter fool of myself on the first attempt like that. I got it on the first try last time. Very good. And we've got that with, we did that one on without taking damage many times thus far. So that surprises no one. Yeah, as you can see, some of the text is still screwed up with this emulator, but I think most of the important stuff is intact. A bit of the dialogue looks like it'll be a little screwy, but most of it should be stuff that we should be decipherable anyway. Now, like I've said previously, we've done now, basically we've done stage 1, boss 1, stage 2, boss 2, and stage 3, I think never in the same run, but individually we've done each of them without taking damage. So this is all in our wheelhouse so far. When we get to Ellie, even with the save state, it's going to be a thing. I'm doing it without taking any damage whatsoever. But it'll be my kind of thing, and I will tackle it with gumption and with pride. And I suppose this approach will only work for as long as we're playing the PC 98 games, of which I think there's only the one more after this, so... even if I wanted to do this for 5, I don't suppose I'd be able to do it for any of the ones past that. But you know, that's a bridge I'll cross when I'm feeling more capable of doing something very long form. And I'm not ruling out the possibility that someday I'll come back and do this game the normal way. But, as it stands, I prefer this way. Just because this will not playing through the end myself will bug me for the next little while if I don't do it now. But so would doing it the normal way. Doing it the normal way would take so much time away from my already pained, shall we say, schedule that I must not have that. Really, I should pause right at the beginning of the level and put the save there so that we can carry on easily. I think part of the reason I prefer it this way is because virtually any game would be really, really difficult if you did it without being able to, with no continues or limited continues. I mean, think of games like nowadays, like even the simplest one would probably be pretty grim and challenging if you had to do the entire game again after dying once. Grim and subsequently not fun, I suppose. Permadeath modes are not really my jam in any game. Oh, sorry, not fun for me anyway, just to be clear. I wish I could set a cap of lives for myself so that I don't feel... because there's a distinct possibility that I'll forget what I'm doing here and carry on even after dying once, which I would not care for. I suppose I don't really need to care about the points if I'm not going to be making use of extra lives. So I should not stick my neck out for them. I think this is actually a little easier with the nicer frame rate. It's just, my brain understands more what is happening, I think, in part. And so obviously we're going to get a wickedly high score at the end of this, but don't listen to it. I'm not that skilled. I would not claim to be. I just wanted it very clear. I understand that the score on screen does not represent my general or actual skill level. My sincerest apologies for anyone who feels deceived. Deceived! I acknowledge though that there are, it's not just like the one or two ways that this makes this easier. There are a variety of ways this makes this easier because, for instance, I have the capacity to stick my neck out for power-ups more when I know I'll be able to retry it this bit in just a second anyway. Whereas in a normal run, when you got this far, you would be harder pressed to go after the power-ups if you didn't think, if you thought it might risk getting you killed and set back another, hour or two.
Dead. You are dead. Not big surprise. Entire team is babies.
Right. Stage 2 for you. I'll get some extra points before we begin, shall I? And that's a save state, because I've beat a level. Cheating. Oh my god, you can get an angle where you can hit with both lasers? I didn't know that was a thing. Wicked. Blick! Right. Got it. Now to do the very, very fun level with all the red crabs. Oh boy, oh gee willikers, I'm so excited. And then the very fun wave move that I'm excellent at this point. He said very tongue-in-cheekly. Or maybe just cheekily. I'm dead already. Now by this point I usually had used a continue and gotten the full resultant full power up already, so there is that also, that I'm now slightly with slightly lower power level than I would normally have going into this level, but you know what, that's fine, because we're gonna win anyway, because we're that good. Oh, I thought I died there, right after saying that. Right, one thing I learned about this place is that it's sometimes easier if you stand on one side and just clear, like, because if you're wiggling back and forth, you're clearing the whole screen, but not with 100% accuracy. But if you're standing in one place, you're definitely clearing that side. You're just only clearing the one side. But at least that means you have a definite half the attacks coming, whereas it's like, if you're wiggling back and forth, it's like, there are still attacks coming from the whole screen, just fewer of them altogether. But I think it's easier to dodge a lot of attacks coming from one direction, rather than a few attacks coming from multiple directions. For me, anyway. You know, now that I've come this far, I think I'm pretty committed to doing this with no bombs, but I think maybe what I'll do is, for future games, rather than doing this, because this is a bit of a silly way to do it, I think I'd probably just rather go lunatic with bombs, because Touhou 2 gives you a lot of bombs. I think that's worth mentioning. I don't suppose that'll always be the case, so probably there'll be a more balanced number of bombs in the future games, so I can still use them to get out of moves and situations that I do not affect for, but I'll still be doing it a proper way anyway, because even though what we're doing now is almost undoubtedly harder than our Touhou 2 playthrough, our Touhou 2 playthrough was much more proper. In that I didn't do anything that the game doesn't let you do. In fact, I used the default settings. I should really not talk about this part, because this part is one part I struggle with. But I think the thing with it is, even though I do adore this game already, I don't think I have a love for the genre enough to where I will ever have the patience to sit through the length of time it takes to say do this game properly of Lunatic 3 Lives No Bombs, like I was trying to do earlier. I thought I did until I reached that 4th level and found that it did in fact seem to get harder than Ellie. And again, it's not that I have distaste for that level of difficulty, it's that I have distaste for doing that level of difficulty 20 times back to back without messing up any of them. That's the part where the fun goes away for me. So the solution is either to give myself extra lives, extra bombs. Well, even with the extra lives, I wasn't doing that great. The solution is either to use bombs or to fudge it this way so that I'm not having to redo all the earlier stuff, because that's, again, the thing that makes me unable to put as much of myself into this genre as so many people find they are able to. Though those people are incredible. I am not one of them now, and I think becoming one would be a journey not worth the reward. And it sort of is the same thing, like I was comparing this series to rhythm games earlier, or this genre to rhythm games earlier, and I think it's my same thing with them, because the thing about a rhythm game is, you know, a song in a rhythm game goes on for, how long? Usually like 3 minutes or something? You might be excellent at the first minute. You've done it over and over again until you got it perfect. And you might be excellent at the second and third minutes too, but but being excellent at something really difficult probably means you get it, I don't know, maybe 10% of the time. So the probability of you getting all 3 of them back to back on any given time is 0.1 to the 3, which is, I don't feel like calculating right now. But so it either means you gotta be better than excellent at something really difficult, or just keep doing it until you get lucky with your present skill level. But I've said too much as it stands. I will go silent again. Actually, I'm starting to develop a bit of a headache, so I'll carry this on another day. But
This is the way. All right, I'm back. I did some thinking last night while lying awake in bed, and you know what? I have nothing to prove, okay? I realized this about myself. I'm already doing this the wrong way, so I'm gonna do it even more the wrong way, which is to say my way. And now, in addition to saving state before and after stage bosses, I will also do a save state after defeating the mid-bosses of the stage. This is what I've come to realize about myself. Mostly because I remembered stage 4 has those two. And I don't want that. Doing 2 of those on one life, so we won't. God, these games are so cool, though. Oh, first one of the day, sick! That's a save right there, because that's a mid-boss beaten. We'll know when we beat the mid-boss, because there'll be numbers all over the screen. I was partially thinking about this part and the nightmare dollhouse of nightmares when I made that decision in bed, because I figured it has to get worse after that. Now, it may be that stage 6 is much like the final stage of the second game, where it's like 2 seconds of level and then the boss fight. If so, that'll be sweet, because it means there are only 2 bosses or so after Rainbow. Actually, yes, there are probably multiple phases even to bosses that we have. I didn't used to have this much trouble with this part. Let me shut up. Although I don't have any immediate plans to. I might end up using some of those extra lives before the end of this. But I mean, really, like I was saying before, I think I prefer to do it with 1 life, because when doing it this way, I mean, because that's sort of when you get the most that adrenaline feeling of actually having to dodge everything that these games are so good at giving. Eek. Mercifully, it seems that the bullets are determined randomly when the enemy shows up, and not at the point that I've saved state. So it's not like I'm going to be able to memorize what's going on here. It is effectively random each time, the way it would be when you were playing through it normally, I think. Like the timing of their bullets and stuff. Either that or the patterns are just designed to react to your position on screen in such a way that they seem random each time. But so far, like, mid-bosses and stuff have had, even though I'm when loading state, they've had variance in their patterns, so it's not like I'm cheating out that portion of the game. I'm not cheating out the randomness, if you see what I mean. Ah, I forgot they come from the corner. I can't remember if I said this yesterday or not. I think I did, but I get that the thing about these games and games like them is that you're supposed to develop such a heightened level of skill that your reliability is high, and I get that. Just doing it over and over again until I get it once is that. For that reason, is not particularly in the spirit of the games, where you're supposed to get so good at them that you can do each part reliably on command. So in other words, I understand that myself doing this without taking damage once is of course in no way equal or even really comparable. That's the wrong save state. To someone who is able to do the whole game without taking damage, because that means doing each part that I've taken like hundreds of tries to do without damage back to back on 1 attempt, meaning they have a high reliability with it. Damn it, I'm always running into the ones that come from the corners. Damn it, this close. Ah! Right, you sort of stay around on one side of the screen for a moment, and then they all launch their bullets there, and then that gives you a free spot and a moment to dodge. You don't want to be moving like left, right, left, right. You want to be like left, pause, right, pause, left, pause, right, pause. I think I get it now. It's as easy as that. I messed up so many times in a row. That's a save from me. Alright, dear Ellie. Let's see if you're as difficult the 68 billionth time. Of losing, that is. I'm thinking if the last boss is like a phases kind of thing, I'll probably, if there's a dialogue in between it, I'll do a save. Well, it just depends how obvious the phase change is. If it's like the same sprite and like nothing, obviously, it's just like different moves, I probably won't do a save in between. But if it's like a whole like, ha ha ha, now you unleash my final form, and like cut to black and they grow like 8 more arms, that'll be probably save worthy, I think. We'll play it by ear when we get there to the last boss. You know, because we're definitely gonna make it. Sorry about my throat, that's super gross. It's just been very weird these past few days. My middle finger slipped off the down key there. That was not my favorite way for that to almost go. Oh, right, that one happens first. Oh, right, I'm supposed to go up after that. I was like, ah, I got it. Wow. We're doing great. Use it to find the right diagonal. Which is not where I just was. But the wave makes it look like it's doing like a this motion, but the balls are really going in a straight line. So you basically just have to get in between the straight line. As if all lines are straight. I get it, but you know what I mean? In which case, actually, it makes sense to get as far to the right as possible so I can be moving up sooner rather than having to spend my time moving up and to the right to get around that. I mean, you can duck your way through the second wave, but I think it's easier if you just get on the other side of it. Right, like that. Or start moving up as soon as possible so you can get around it. That's my feeling on how to do that. I also got to do a lot of damage. I can't just be sitting around idle. I hope to get to the end of stage 4 by the end of today. Not necessarily beating Raymond, but at least to her. Maybe that's unrealistic. Damn it, I thought something funny and distracted me. It's just she always seems to constantly kind of dip left and then throw back to the middle to do this move. So I thought that my saving state here hadn't made anything concrete, but maybe it has. Either that or the boss is really just that consistent, but I thought it moved sort of in slightly random directions each time. The other times, so maybe that was just my unfamiliarity with it. So if it is that I've made certain elements of the boss fight more fixed by using the save state, sorry about that. Although I expect anyone that cares about that has probably already clicked off when I used a save state. Eek. Oh, that close. Oh, okay. I tried to get behind her for that, but she follows you with it. Interesting. Does that mean that if you got close enough to her, you could just spin around? Maybe that is a thing. Okay, there might be something to that. I'm not really sure. I didn't realize that was the kind of attack that actually cared about where you were. I thought she just did that to the same part of the map regardless. Like these tiles, for instance, regardless of where you are, go the same direction at this point, I think. But these ones follow you. So I thought it was the former, where it was an attack that was just gonna go where it was gonna go. And if you were there, that sucked. Kind of dealio. Oh, okay, I get it. Okay, that's why it was easier before. Right, okay. So if I stay in the middle for that, the pattern gets a lot wider, and the second one doesn't even go to the right side of the screen. So I think probably it's going to be easiest if I stay in the middle. Well, it's starting, and then you get to a safe spot, and then it's easy to dodge the next bit. Oh, I get it. Ah, okay. That makes so much sense.
It makes so much sense! I can't believe how much sense that makes. I was saying before that seemed like unusually hard compared to the rest of the moves in the game, like out of place in terms of like, why would they force you to do it like that? And it's because they don't. I was just being a dunce. Ow! There's like a hint of slowdown at certain parts, but it's not, I don't think it's too bad. It's certainly better than it was anyway. Bugger. That looks really cool in the middle there. I dodged one of the wave things by accident. And I made it look so natural. I'm sure you couldn't see the terror on my face as I realized what had just happened. Oh, I felt like I got right through it. That close. Getting to the max power level disrupts all projectiles on screen, for reasons I think I mentioned. But I have a theory as to why that I think I mentioned earlier, which is that it gives you one of those when you use a continue, so they want to make it fair, give you a chance to recover. But it also threw off my pattern that time, because I didn't get it from continue, I just got it from a normal pickup. And so I was like, why are the moves all stopping? But whatever. That's enough about me. This move I've still not properly learned. Yeah, I'm happy we'll be moving on from this fight soon when I inevitably get it. This is, you know, the next 30,000 tries or so, but I'm very proud that I finally learned how to avoid that move, because that move has been like my ultimate problem move this entire game so far. Like the hardest one for me. And it pleases me in a way to know the solution was so simple, that it aims differently depending on where you were when she used it. Oh, whoops, forgot what part 2 of that was, but it's fine. I lucked out. Ah, I got hit with the first one. Damn it. That was so close. Once you get through the first one of those like blue spiky things, it's basically just a simple matter of wiggling left and right, but I messed up the pattern before I even started that time. Ah! Ooh, ooh, yeah! Yes. Oh, that felt great. Oh, man. Ha ha ha. Sorry. Let me compose myself. I'm sorry, Ellie. That must have hurt. I need to find my compassion again. Okay, I think I just stopped today. I was thinking maybe I'd start stage 4, but I don't think that's a good idea. I agree, Marissa. We can't possibly let Rima get this there first. She's much too, we shouldn't let her do that. She's gonna get herself hurt. There are spooky dolls around. Let's pause it right when the stage thing comes up. Yeah, there's this stuff. Oh, we made it to stage 4. Dream of frail girl. Alice Maestra. Now, on the one hand, the dolls are nightmares, the green electro orbs are nightmares, Ramos looks like she's going to be difficult, and the mid-boss is impossible. But
with my new cheating, we get a save after every mid-boss, so that means I get 3 in this place. I get 1 after the first mid-boss, 1 after the second mid-boss, and 1 right in front of Raymond. Wait, for the crack, let's go try this one time. Let me just make sure my save is working. Yes, good. Let's give this one try. One try today, and then I will call it, because I can feel my headache from yesterday returning, but so I clearly have to pace myself with this somewhat more than I am doing. But our power is nearing maximum, so we should have the better lasers soon enough, which should help a great deal. I'm gonna have to do some wheeling around of you. Oh, you can go around the top to avoid these ones. That's fair. Right, fair game, fair game. Ah, well, I didn't realize there was still one there, so I died, but we've already learned something about these dolls. All right, see you in a moment. All right, I'm back the next day. I know I'm wearing the same shirt. I've washed it, as far as you know. My dream for the end of today's session would probably be to get as far as Raymond. That seems somewhat unlikely, though, as I say it out loud. No, okay, it's dolls. I gotta remember, we're in dolls territory, and we're gonna take out the dolls, and they'll be gone. I gotta be doing a better job of taking out the dolls than I am. Oh, right, but you can remember, you can wheel around at the top of them if that is absolutely necessary, but we don't want it to become necessary. We'd rather just kind of... So anyway, I had a hard time with this boss, the mini-bosses of this place, even when I had 6 health. Doing it with 1 now is going to be a little tricky, but at least it's mostly just the dolls in between here and there. Past the second one, past the first mini-boss is like all kinds of nonsense. I can't believe I got killed by that one. It was the only one on screen. I should probably shut up and focus. Who are you calling a frail girl, game? Marissa is anything but. I gather that's probably not who the title refers to. But who are you calling a frail girl, huh? I've got some words to say about that, and they're not nice ones. Oh god, there's more of the stage to the right of them. Because there's no weather effects in this one, I couldn't tell where the edge of the screen stopped. Ow! I didn't realize I had all this space. You know what I'm going to do? Just in case I accidentally wreck this, I'm going to make a backup save on 7. Other lucky number. So that if I accidentally make a bad save up ahead, I don't have to go all the way back to the beginning. Dig the music for this place, though. The way the little check mark shows up beside the save state thing makes me seem like there's probably a hotkey for it, but I don't actually know what it is. The tutorial I used neglected to explain. Okay, it's a little lighter and easier to dodge on the side of the screen that it is not on. Okay, it's still not easy, though. Okay, it's just that first attack that's actually really a problem. Okay, good to know. It's not this next one, but the ones from the top left right now. These ones shoot green waves. They all want to, and I used to be able to just go swoop left and right and left and right. Oh, I think I know what I was doing wrong. I need to stay up so that when I swoop down, if I need to do a, I can't just go left and right. It has to be left and up, and then down to the middle, and then up and right, because that way when I'm at the side, they'll target up at me, and then that'll be easier than if they're targeting the ground while I'm the bottom of the screen while I'm also trying to target move there. Yes, it's much easier to duck under them when you go up initially, or if you are not at the bottom of the screen when they shoot them. That's that left and right maneuver I was talking about. Oh, that was an easy thing to dodge. Oh, and I would have been fine if I had dodged it. I actually made it through that first attack that time. Trick seems to be go to the far left and then just wiggle. Just wiggle. Just make the absolute precisest wiggle movements you can. Not wiggle just left and right without willy-nilly. Once you get all the way to the left, there's actual room to wiggle, is what I mean. Ah! That was an easy one they gave me. At this point, I'll be happy if today I just get past this first checkpoint, actually. I get that first move of the mini-bosses so infrequently, but when I get it, it doesn't take much to bring the rest of the boss down. Which is why it's so frustrating that I buggered it at that one time. Wait, can they kill you with melee? These ones can. Okay, only some of the enemies can. I didn't realize that. I sort of assumed it was either all or none, but plenty of the enemies don't kill you with melee. Or at least these ones don't. So it shook me because I ran through one of these earlier and I was like, oh, I guess enemies can't kill with melee in this one. And then I ran into one of the crabs and I died and I was like, what, they didn't even shoot. I guess I see how a giant crab with rotating blades all around its carapace could be slightly more troublesome to run face first into than a doll. That does track. Slowdown's killing me here because it slows for just a second, then snaps back to full speed. But I believe all the settings are tied to the current instance of the game I'm running, meaning if I wanted to try and fix the settings to eradicate the slowdown, I would have to restart the game. And even loading the save state wouldn't help me then, because that would just put me back to the state it was in before, I think. But I'm not 100% sure. I don't feel daring enough to try. I just had the sudden thought that it really looks like the dolls are kind of dancing to the music, doesn't it? Like they think they're all part of like some very elaborate dance video. Oh my god, this is way easier if you stay in the center. Why have I been moving to left and right through any of that? Oh my god, it's so much easier if you just stay in the center. I'm an idiot. I don't know about this one though. Bugger. It's right when they're at the bottom is when the gaps are the hugest in this pattern. Oh my god. I was making it so much harder on myself that whole time. Actually, a new plan. When we get to the mini-boss, I'm gonna try stay right beneath it, because in theory, that should be the where it's easiest to calculate the vector that you need to use in order to get, you know, that'll be where it's easiest to tell whether to move left and right, because if you're moving in a diagonal, left and right introduces all kinds of up and down as well, because diagonally. Does that make sense what I just said? I'm not entirely sure. But like with Ellie, for instance, that attack was much easier to dodge when you just sort of stayed under her and then picked a spot to find the angle of and then just commit to it. Now, of course, it's different because the mini-boss doesn't shoot them all in neat rows like Ellie does. It's like all random and jumbled, but if you're right beneath them, then I presume it sort of has the feeling that you would be able to just focus on moving left or right or left or right or left or right without moving all around in circles and stuff. A lot of the time, finding the patterns in this game, at least for me, it feels like it's more about finding the simplest way that your brain can handle it rather than finding the most efficient way, period. It's a dark day indeed when your only plan is the most complex one. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really sure what the best practice there is.
Of course not, because if I was, I'd be doing it already.
Is it maybe that some of the attacks follow where you currently are, and some of them just go wherever in that one? Because it kind of has the feeling of as though, like, it's different depending on where I am. If I do get this today, I am going to stop immediately, because I've already got a bad headache all of a sudden. Haven't even made one checkpoint. It's been 2 hours. I'm going to try without the headphones. Sounds throwing me a bit. Damn. First wave came out, and it came out with enough time for me to have a get in there. And then the second one just swooped. Was it directional? Like it only went like one way? Just then? It seemed like I went up on the one side and I didn't really have to do... Like it didn't show up on the other side. If you see what I mean. I'm not really sure what to make of that, but... Maybe it means I could twirl around it? Not really, no. But is there something about staying at the same elevation as it? I.e. up here. Maybe. At the very top left, that seems to have some effect. It's like some amount of it always goes down, or something like that. Oh, does it try to lead you Is it wherever you're about to be that it fires it? Because maybe you could lead it to the left and then duck right or something. I don't know. I don't really understand how it works still, but I feel like there's something to being not just in one corner. Like there's something to moving around to different corners or going to the top or and then the bottom or something like that. I seem to be manipulating its moves somehow by moving around, but I just don't understand the mechanics of precisely how. It's another case like the move with Ellie where it's like, I feel like I must be missing something crucial, because look how like patently easier to dodge the other ones are. I must be missing some secret with this one as to what makes it shoot where. Alright, last drive of the day, because I ran out of steam a while back. Oh, I left my mouse on the screen. Away. Go away. Ah, I didn't even see what hit me. Alright, well, that was today. Alright, I'm using bombs on those jerkers. I spent like 4 hours. I made a save state right in front of the boss. I spent like 4 hours just trying to learn how to do this move here. And then I was like, well, you know what? Let's do some research and figure out how by watching some like 1cc runs of the game. And like all the 1cc runs I watched, everyone got dunked on by that move, and that was like the one damage they took in the whole playthrough. So I'm convinced that move just sucks. So we can use a bomb at the beginning of each of those mini bosses is my new thing. But ideally not at any other point in the game. I'll try and avoid it at other points in the game, but for this mini boss, I will make an exception because that move sucks and I don't like it.
He stinks and I don't like him.
I wish all that jerk with the red dress of fairy go away. Yeah, yellow dress, rather. I am digging this song, though. And I'm getting shot in the face! I had so much practice doing the rest of this, though, so now that I'm using the bomb on that first move, because the rest of the moves are not nearly as hard, so I should be totally cake once we get that first move bombed. And I've been able to make it there many, many times, so this shouldn't take too long. I don't know about the next checkpoint, though. I have no practice on that one, obviously. But at least I can set this checkpoint behind me, because what the hell? The sooner we set right under this place, the better, as far as I'm concerned. Raymond, why did you make me chase you all the way here? Come on, man. I thought we were friends or friendly rivals, like a Sonic and Knuckles kind of dealio or something. Knuckles would never do this to Sonic. Well, maybe, you know what, he would. He might do. God, I took a long time getting that doll that time. Black! Plus, I'm quite excited to see what the hell am I talking about? What levels past this? Because we have not seen that at all. Not with any kind of run. Not with the 6 health run. Not with just spamming bombs. We have not, in any capacity, seen what's beyond here. Or we meaning me here. You may have done. We. I can say we, as in the viewing party who is new to this, like myself. But I did learn that this place, we figured out yesterday that this part's not so hard to do. Alright, you. I'm bombing my way through your first move. And your second move is fine, so I don't know why I would ever have had trouble with dodging it. Okay. It's as easy as that! I also learned another thing when watching one of those challenges, and I was wondering, I was like, why are they doing this? But the bonus is for how, I think you get a bonus for how many threats were present on screen when you blew them up. Like, you know how all the projectiles blow up and they have numbers on them? I guess it should have been obvious that was score, but you get more score the more projectiles of theirs are on screen at one time. So if you take them out right at the last second of a dangerous move, say. Alright, now we only got 3 bombs at the moment, so if I am using another one on this next opponent, then even if I do decide later... Oh, actually, this one drops a bomb. Let's yoink that. Whoop! Oh, right, this is where it goes danger from behind, isn't it? Anyway, we have a limited number of bombs, so... As I do or do not decide to, I hate this already. How long does this one? Oh, this is a nightmare. Okay, it's fine. Okay, this is difficult, but this is like a pattern that I could actually theoretically duck around just using my eyes, unlike the first move of that mini boss. Particularly if I stay at one side of the screen. I think we'll have an easier time with this. Black. Okay, well, we want to be careful about staying at one side of the screen so we don't get punched in the back of the head. You win some, you lose some! Oh, golly, I got overwhelmed there. I think maybe I should be more offensive there. No, you know what, you shouldn't have to move around too much for this one, I'm thinking by the look of it. Ow. I seem to remember this one also being kind of short, right? It's just these, and then And, like, the boss comes like right after a wave. Let me just verify that. I'll just blow up a few times here. It's genuinely just like one more wave of these and then, oh my god. They're all over. Oh no, and then it's some of these and then the boss, I guess? But really that they're just gonna hang around the corner? Oh no, they're coming to the middle. Ow! Alright, we'll figure that one out in a minute. I gotta work on this bit first. Okay. I think it's just gonna take some slick dodging. I should not... I don't know. Because, like, I could take some of them out before they even blow stuff up, and that's good. Because then I only have to worry about the ones that are attacking me from the diagonal. I'm gonna try and hang around the side for this. It's finally a new challenge, though. I've set that first checkpoint to rest, as far as I'm concerned. Right, this seems to be the thing, is staying at this side, because they're circular explosions. They don't care about where I'm facing, so... In theory, if I'm just laying on the fire button here, I'm taking out anyone who would show up on my side, so I only have to worry about attacks coming from the left, at which point they'll all be spread out. Or does it make more sense to hang out right in front of it, so that Okay, maybe not, because other attacks are coming from other angles in a bit. I was thinking if I stayed right beside it, then just a circle, like, the pattern is pretty easy up close. You just stay at a certain angle. Okay, I can do that, I'm just being bad at it. Alright, there's something to that. There is, because it's a consistent pattern, it's just circles, and they shoot them at the same time. There is something to just, like, inching slightly to the left each time, just working your way into the pattern of it all. That was the last bunch right there, right? Yeah, it was. Okay. And if you stay in the middle, then you're taking a few of them out as well. Okay, there is just like a little bit of a gap here, just by the way the circles are shaped and such. Let's see if I can get back to the middle. I feel like the characters in this game all went to the same hairstylist as Genealogy from the Holy War. Genealogy of the Holy War. Genealogy from the Holy War. It's just the bloodline of only the people who were born during the war. What's nice about this one is the projectiles don't accelerate. There are a lot of attacks where it's like... the projectile starts like... or it goes like... And both of those are like really throw my brain for a loop. But these ones, they just move at a set velocity, mercifully. As far as I can tell, anyway. Okay. I guess the box is really small, but I feel like we were able to squeeze through that one last time, but I felt like I was in the exact same spot, but just go around them, it's just silly. It's a silly way to die, anyway. Shit, this bit keeps going. How long is this? There's a bunch of those. Oh, and then it's oh, it was that close. Ah, damn. And I think this version of this attack is easier than the one that happens in the first time you fight the person in the yellow dress. But I'm gonna use a bomb on it anyway. Because we already did for one. And because the rest of this bit's long and I don't want to do it again. I'm not even sure I fully know what we're heading out to do anyway. Stop some big threat, I suppose, but why is it so important? I mean, I guess we're rivals with Raymond or whatever. That's why we must fight her, but... This would be so much easier if we just tag-teamed it. Whatever it is we're trying to do. I wonder if there are any co-op Touhou games. That would probably be awesome. Ah! God! These things should be so simple to dodge, but... For some reason they're not. Actually, their projectiles do move pretty fast. That's probably what's part of what I don't want to talk about it. Oh man, I really felt like I was below that one. But by the look of it, I was obviously like right into it. So I don't know how that happened with my brain that I thought I was like, I like, what I just saw was me go like 10 meters under it and explode. But I was obviously right on top of it, and I don't know how my brain decided to show me the other thing. Well, I didn't even see a bullet. So you can't just duck around them. You have to leave as much space as possible, because if they suddenly decide they're going to shoot at you, the bullets move way faster than you do. And since it's inconsistent, you can't like make a plan around it. You just have to not be there to give yourself time to duck it. Oh, they can stop. They stop when they get to the top of the screen, just to give them extra time to shoot you. I did not realize that. That explains a lot. Everything was moving fast enough that I just didn't take note of that the first few times. Oh! Oh, it makes me so mad. It's just one tiny bullet that each of them shoots. I don't know how it can be so infuriating within such a simple pattern, but oh man, it is. I don't know where that one's coming from. I always like clear the top, and then I go back down, and when I'm coming back up, there's one coming down directly at me, which can only happen. That trajectory can only happen if someone shot me from right up there. But it seems like that can't be, considering I cleared out all the enemies. Like that. That has to be... Wait, but... Oh, right, because it's random. I forgot. It's random when they shoot, so it won't be consistent 100% whether they do or do not shoot when I take them out. That's why it's getting me, okay. Because I'm doing the same thing each time. I'm clearing these 6 out, and sometimes, or more than 6. But sometimes that means that one of them up there gets a shot off like that, and sometimes it means they don't. So that's where my strategy is flawed. But because it's random, I had no idea to know it was flawed. I couldn't know it was flawed until I RNG'd the bad time. So I just need to mix in a little left and right in there. That's basically the solution to that. When I see one of those, anyway. Otherwise, it's just asking for trouble. That time I did duck the bullet, but right into the next troop. Gotta dodge left where possible. It's just that left is where most of the bad stuff is coming from, so it's not my instinct. Which maybe what that means is that I should... No, but I need to be this far over the right to take out the ones on the bottom right when they show up. Like so. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me, please. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. Thank you. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. I really don't want to talk about it. In fact, I'd rather not even think about it. Can we excise that part of my mind, please? Alright. Great. That's never happened. What never happened? Who even knows? Oh, moving left and right is easier for this somewhat. Somewhat. Doesn't make it easy. Nothing could. Oh, thank God! God, that boss just comes out of nowhere. I always forget it's happening. Alright, now there's more dolls, right? Okay, let me just save to 7 as well. Make sure that I got the save in the right place. Okay, good. I'll take that. Thanks. Sure, why not? Alright, some of these ones, they're not shooting anything special. They're just shooting nothing. I guess none of you were doing the green balls? I remember there being a lot of dolls upcoming. Is that not a thing that's happening? Well, there's a lot of these first, I guess, just to give you some power-ups, to be nice. I'm ignoring them all, though, just because I want to get to learning what this next bit is. Alright, we're slowing down. That must mean dolls are coming, right? There's a pentagram. Fun. Okay. They just look like the normal dolls, though, and we've learned strategies for dealing with them, like ringing around the whole screen. Oh, but not when they already show up at the top of the screen. Oh, some of them are the ones that shoot waves. I see how it is. Okay, right. Okay, still... Could probably be worse. Aye! This first bit's a nice change of pace. I should really be gathering all the power-ups they drop, though, because we could get to max power here pretty easily if I would just pick the dang things up. There you go. My laser's a little better now. Should clear out those dolls titch faster. Oh yeah, and the laser sticks around longer this way. I forgot about that. I'm gonna get rid of those big wave-shooting ones early on. And fortuitously, as I've mentioned before, I believe the item drops are consistent, so we won't have to worry about sometimes getting to full power and sometimes not. Although, with the amount of enemies we're taking out, I guess we would get to full power anyway. probably. Though the context is a little different, some of our similar strategies should work here as they did for the very beginning of this episode. This stage, in fact. Not the very beginning of the episode. My strategies were not quite so refined at the beginning of the episode, I wouldn't say. Probably want to get right up in their face for this first bit, if we can help it. Clear them out earlier. Okay, that didn't do it. It's a little obnoxious that it starts with this whole thing. But I did agree that I'd be only safe stating after mini-bosses, before bosses, and after bosses, so... I ain't gonna forsake my rules now. They are all I have left after I have been shot in the face several times. I gather I did break them earlier by using bombs, but that is, don't worry about it. I mean, I did say at some point that I might end up using the bombs, so I don't feel like I horribly forsook everything that I stand for. I did tap right, just nothing happened. That was very weird. Right, we gotta be more proactive in getting these ones rid of. I wish they looked a little different. The ones that are different have way more health and do the different pattern, because at a glance I'm like, which one am I supposed to be ruining here? And because they have different amounts of health, I do an amount of damage that I think is good and then move on before they actually explode, because I'm like, oh, it's just the animation's a bit delayed and my sound's delayed on my end. But no, they're just not dead because they're the stronger ones and I'm not realizing it. Well, dead, sealed, whatever. Whatever we're doing to them with this. I guess I'm not a Tri-Maiden, so I don't really seal monsters, do I? I just shoot them still. I just hit them with magic till they stop moving. I'm a magician. Actually, you know what? This first part, okay, this first part is there's no challenge here. It's just free loot basically. So I am gonna make a save state at the end of it, just because waiting through this is like 40 seconds each time. It's ridiculous. Oh, it's not that. It's these ones. Okay. Sorry. I'll make my next save there. So we don't have to sit through that every time. We can go right to the. Oh, that wasn't it. No, that was that. Oh my god, see, it just goes on forever. Maybe flying close would be a decent strategy here, just to get play offensively. Oh, I'm not hitting it with the laser, that's poor form. Alright, that strat is a little riskier, but it does get them gone sooner, so I think it is better in the long term. A bomb, fun. Aggressive is the way. I have no idea what to do about the wave at the end, though. That I have not gotten a hold of. Well, I wiggled back and forth and put their bullets all over the shop. That was unwise. Not to put too fine a point on it. Oh, the one right at the bottom. Ooh. I wonder if Dream of a Frail Girl is referring to how Reima and or Marissa see each other, and that's why they're trying to keep the other one out of this, because I think the other one's not got what it takes to do the rest of this game. Reima may be right. All the room on the screen, I chose to be in that exact spot for an extended period of time. Alright, I'm gonna pace myself. I made 2 checkpoints, that's excellent progress. This one looks like it's difficult, but it's not going to be as difficult as either of those two. So I think, well, it's not going to be difficult as the second one anyway. The first one wasn't actually that bad once I practiced it up. It doesn't look like it's going to be anywhere near as bad as those two in terms of time it takes me to get it, though. So I think I'm going to cut it after a few more attempts. Take it up another day, so that I don't overexert myself. And so that I have time to edit other videos and such. I'm not sure when it gets to the part where they're all in like a big hallway together, like just in a row, this next part right here, whether the best strategy is to take them out on each side, or just keep sort of whirling around. Because they can take a fair amount of them out, but they're coming back, so I don't suppose staying at the edge really helps, because then you're just going to run into the next one. So you may as well just try and avoid all of them together by slowly circling around the room. Okay, I think that's it. I'll give it a few more tries. The circling strategy can be tricky, because if you time it wrong, then you show up, you run right on the edge as one of them shows up there. I am beginning to think that for the future, probably I'll carry on playing with bombs. Not that this isn't fun to play without them, or like sort of more invigorating in many ways, but at least for the purposes of recording a YouTube video, my poor hard drive, man. Will no one think of the hard drive in the poor amount of space it has to take with my nonsense? Last one. Yeah. Hey, great, last one, me. Nice work. I'm quitting before I get a headache today. This is top tier strats right here. You know, so I think even though I probably will play the rest of the games the normal way, I'll probably do it just normal way, but with bombs. This is likely how I'll play the remaining games that I choose to play. I am going to miss playing it like this, because it's something very, very satisfying about picking it up another day and just trying to make a little bit farther, just like make one more checkpoint. I reserve the right to use bombs maybe at some point in the future if I find any more bosses or mini-bosses with a move like that where I can find absolutely no way around it. But I think that one's going to be a special case, because, like, I was seeing runs where, like, people in the title... I didn't watch the whole thing, obviously, because I didn't want to spoil myself for what was going on ahead, but they would put in the title how many times they got hit in the entire game, and it would be, like, 1 or 2, and those bosses would be, like, both of them. those two mini-bosses with that move that I wasn't able to dodge before, then I ended up using bombs to get around. So that gives me comfort that move in particular is a little whack, and it's not my imagination. Not to say that it is impossible to get by it, because we obviously dodged it, 3 or 4 times in total, but it did happen. No way, I just made it through that. Oh my god, I did that so fast. Holy balls, I think that's the end, right? Okay. Oh my god, I can't believe that was just... I started it, I'm on minute 11 today, and I managed it. Woo! Oh, sorry, my voice is gross there. Woo. So wheeling around that room was the safe way to go, as it turned out. Or maybe I just got a bit lucky with my placement of everything that time. We already saw this, so I'll just make sure I save right at the last bit of dialogue, which is as it turns out. Okay, here we go. Sure, why not? Let's give this fight a try today. I was originally planning to just stop once I got to Rima, but it happened in 11 minutes, so let's see about it. Whoop, I'm dead. Let's see what you got, Rima. I was able to whoop your ass in the second game. Ow, shit. All right, take it back. You're pretty good at this. Jesus. Okay, that first attack, I don't think it's actually that difficult, but it just requires a bit of thought about how to weave in between. Alright, it's a bit difficult. Actually, does it move slow enough for me to just kind of follow the pattern that she takes? Which is obviously, she's moving different ways each time. It should, in theory, right? If I just copy what she does. Oh, I'm not that fast, actually. Oh, no, I was holding down at the same time, so I just gotta only do left. Or right, or whichever way she goes. Oh yeah, okay, you can just follow it along that way. Sure, you're fast enough. Whoa, those move in weird patterns. I wasn't expecting that. Oh god, This is interesting because this is now the first boss we're doing where I've only gotten that far with doing it with 1 life this way. Whereas all the other ones, I'd had some practice with multiple lives. That's unique. Ew. Oh wait, does it not actually necessarily follow the direction that she goes? Which way they turn? Oh, interesting. I see. Don't follow me. Oh, that's a phase change? First time no, the yin and yangs. Oh, they must calm down. They must calm down right now. Oh, Jesus. You got a lot of health. Okay, I just gotta look at what direction they're going, and once you do that, it's easy enough to avoid. You have enough time to see, because the ripple starts at the top, right? So you have enough time to see where it's changing to dodge like that. At that time, I ended up weaseling my way through it rather than actually following it around, but it's fine. Right, we're developing strategies for each attack already. I like it. I dig it. Of course, that brings me to the opposite side of the screen from her, potentially. All right, first phase attacks. I think we've got most of them down, sort of. Ow. This is interesting. Most of the fights so far it's been that defending is the hard part. Offense is the easy part, but in this one it's a bit different. The moves are somewhat easy to dodge, but they usually put you away in a situation where offense then becomes difficult, like that. The easy way to dodge them, that is. If you took slightly more daring ways to dodge them, you'd have an easier time. I was holding left hand up, so I wasn't going as fast. Anyway, point stands. You can weave your way in between those yellow ones, but I think it seems more safe to follow their pattern around. Maiden's Capricioco? What did that say? Well, that was luck. Right, and I'm doing more damage if I get right up in her face, obviously, because more of my projectiles are hitting her. So I should be careful to try and do that. Hey! Maiden's Capriccio. I'm not sure what that means. Some kind of musical term, doubtless. This part of the music, da 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 da. That was in the first game, wasn't it? Da 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 da. That was part of the angel fight theme, or the whatever it was in the demon world in the first game. That's so cool. Clearly, Reima has internalized as much of that boss fight as I have, and now it's like a part of her. It plays as her theme music when you fight her. That's hilarious. Okay, about to phase change here. Do a whole bunch of damage. Now this happens. I've never really made it past this, but okay, there are a lot of straight lines you can actually get cut through with that bit there. Man, she's got a lot of health. I don't remember it quite being in the first two games that you really got the bosses got like tons more health as it went on. Like certainly their very first game, the angel thing had like 16, 18 health, and most of the other bosses had like closer to 12. But like that's 1.5 times. She has about like 10 times the health the first boss has, so that's how it feels like. Which means there are a whole bunch of different phases I'm gonna have to get used to, probably. It does seem that it is random whether she goes left or right with this first one, though. So I'm glad that my save state hasn't ruined that. Well, I think maybe she always goes left, whether the attack moves left or right is what I mean. That one always seems to curve to the left, though. Or clockwise. All of her attack patterns are really cool so far, though. I dig this one, the way it sort of twists. I love this one where it slows down, but then lurches towards you again a few times, so you have to sort of like... It changes the whole pacing of dodging it in a very unique and innovative way, I guess, is the word I'm looking for. Compared to what we've seen in the series so far, I don't think we've seen any other attacks that have quite that cadence of dodging to them. I guess they know you're going to be playing as Marissa for fighting Reima, which is why she has so much health. Compared to some of the other bosses, which you fight them regardless of whether you are Reima or Marissa, so... The fact that if you're playing against Reima, you have to be Marissa, that probably is part of why she has a lot of health. This is what I'm saying to comfort myself and, set myself at ease that the later bosses will not have nearly as much health as she does, because holy crap, this is an absurd amount of health. Even if she were not moving, it would take me like 2 minutes straight of just firing into her to take her out. Like not moving, not attacking anything. If she were just a training dummy with this much health, it would take forever to do. Staying still for most of that there. Oh god, there's way more after that. That one isn't nearly as hard as it looks, though. It will take a bit of learning, but it isn't actually so bad. Oh, sometimes you can do the multiple yin and yangs first. I thought it always went to the million energy balls one. I'm getting some idea how to dodge that yin and yang one. Will just take a bit more practice, I think. Or I'm able to do it consistently! I want to stay, I think, as much to the middle as you can for that one, and just duck slightly the few that do come your way. Oh, God, I forgot that comes out of her, like, right into my face. Please, God, nobody take that out of context. And even if your projectiles don't go through the yin and yang balls, your stars anyway, I believe the lasers do. That's a nice way that we're always doing damage. The lasers just cut through everything. Ah, God, I did it again. That's actually hilarious. My finger slipped off the down key for a moment there and was nearly catastrophic. Fortunately, I'm going to take myself out with something even stupider in a moment here. So we won't even have to worry about that. I told you. The other good thing is that she spreads her arms for that part, so I think her hurt box is a little bit larger, and it's easier to hit her with both lasers at that point, for that reason. It's phase 3, this is as far as we've gotten. Whoa! Whoa! We made it nearly halfway that time. Okay, that was something else. Right, okay, so it's hell everywhere else, and then slow balls coming at you. So you want to stay in the middle and just duck the slow ones, I guess. I accidentally made my way through that the first time by like Matrix bullet timing the hell parts on the other side. Well, I suppose if you got out of them, if they're just going in rows, then you could just stay in between them. But it's about knowing how to get out of them at first, I guess. And I guess it's harder to do damage if you're that far to the side. That bears more investigating. Get out of here, mouse. It's not safe. Look at all the stuff that's attacking us here. Like if you say, oh no, there is a bit of spread in them. This is no place for a mouse, young one. Get to safety now. That's an order as the Supreme Witch Commander Marissa, whose name I did briefly forget there. I almost gave her the old what's-her-face treatment. Okay, I'm getting the hang of that one. Like most of my performances with these moves, I'm never rock solid with it, really. But I've got like myself up to like a 70% pass rate with that one, I'd say. Okay, maybe a little lower than 70. But of course, by the nature of these fights, given that she's getting new moves each time, it may be that we get to the last bit, and then we find that that's the move that we cannot abide. And that was the one that takes us like 6 hours, but I hope not. So far, this boss has been very fair. I somehow had a feeling it would be. I'm not sure what gave me that impression. Well, I guess I was just thinking those mid-bosses of this level were so damn awful that it couldn't be worse than them. Depending on where you end that first phase, she slowly drifts over to the middle, which gives you a chance to take her out. So ideally, you would finish that first phase as far away from the middle as possible, because that gives you the most time to fly with her, attacking her while she gets to the middle to start the next bit. Because she has to be in the middle to start phase 2. Like that. We got a lot of damage out there because I was able to not die. And also attack her when she was at the other side. Wrong one. Oh, it's much easier if you hang around the bottom for that. I guess you just do a little less damage. But I guess you're probably always doing damage so long as the yin yang balls aren't blocking the stars. During the bit where it's all energy balls and explosions, I suppose even if you're staying at the bottom and it's doing less damage, but you're probably always hitting her, because at the bottom you have the most spread. Ah, man, if the yin bang balls are on screen, they don't disappear when you change phase. So I guess there's some sense in waiting if you're about to change phase, and she starts doing those. If I can have such if I can find the strength to take such manual control over my actions in such a tense moment. Big if. Oh, it seemed like the slower energy balls did actually chase me even when I went into the chaos zone. So it is better to stay at the bottom, I guess. I mean, it's where I'll have the best chance of damage to her anyway. And those slower balls feel like there's a trick you can learn them. That's also an extremely unique pattern. The yin yangs form a circle around her, and they all sort of split apart, but the 3 that go past you, the 4 or so that go past you, they just go off screen. But the ones that go to the side, you're expecting them to just clear off in that direction, but they hit the wall and bounce as though there's an actual wall there. It's a really cool pattern. Right, I haven't exactly figured out how to get around that properly yet, but it doesn't last for very long. I think maybe you really just have to duck and weave that one. Maybe you do it real slow, like you inch along so slow that most of them are still targeting where you just were on like one side. Right, that lasts a small enough amount of time that you could feasibly just survive it, I guess. Oh my god! How did that happen? How did that possibly work? Okay, oh boy. Okay, those bounce off the walls, and then whatever that is. That's still the farthest we made. We made it over halfway. And in only about an hour. Yes, the slowly inching to one side strategy does work there. It seems. Oh, but not if you're already on the wrong side. I am noticing a bit of slowdown still, and I think it is making, say, that attack a little easier. It's mostly in pulses, though, and not like the game runs in slow-mo for like several seconds. It's more like, and a slow, and so it's not like, it could be worse anyway, with how much easier it makes it. I don't think it's helping me too much here. It's unfortunate, because it's, the other emulator had no problem with that, but I couldn't get save states and other stuff to work with it. Ah, I feel a headache developing. Okay, I'm calling it. I don't have a headache, but I felt the sensation of a headache just now, all of a sudden. So I'm gonna call it that this is my last one. Because the headaches I got the last few times did not go away soon. I don't want that happening to me again. Yeah! Alright, that was my go. But we made it through that checkpoint and have a quasi-decent grasp on the first two phases of this and a somewhat decent grasp on the third one. So that's definite progress. Sort of a random thought, but it would be kind of cool if at one point, and they probably do, there's a boss that draws projectiles in from off-screen rather than coming out of the boss and going at you. Just it would be an interesting way to shake it up. I ran into the last one. There wasn't even anything else coming after me. Flew right into that one. That I'm pretty sure that part isn't supposed to be that slow, but the way the emulator's save states work are such that it saves the memory as it was when you were playing, so even if I were to mess with the memory settings that it had enough memory to do that without being slow, I would have to restart the entire game, because the save state, even if I change the settings, that's only on boot, I think. At first I thought it would be good if I just turned all the memory settings to max, because my computer can almost certainly handle this game from 1990 whenever, but that made it run slow as well, so I was just kind of guessing at it. And put it somewhere in the middle to try and keep it balanced, but I didn't really notice any slowdown before this fight. So sorry about that. Right, I guess I can tell if it's running slow or not because Marissa will be moving slow or not. If I think she's moving at the same speed as normal, then probably it is supposed to move that slow, but I'm pretty sure she was moving a bit slower during that part as well. Only a bit though, she wasn't moving like half as slow. I would have said maybe 75%, so I was playing the game in 75% speed or so. So it's not as though I'm horribly off the mark of what it would be like normally, I don't think, but it's definitely easier. But then it's easier because I'm using save states anyway, so it's not like this is a pure run as it stands. It's a fun run. Ow! And although those projectiles do generally move slowly, somewhat, so it wasn't slowing down a whole bunch there, actually. Marissa seemed to be moving at roughly the same speed. It was definitely hanging a little bit, but about as much as it was during the rest of the fight. So I don't feel quite as bad about that all of a sudden. Oh my god, I could turn the speed up. This is a terrible idea! I wonder if there are people who can beat this game on like 800 times speed. Well, I suppose there are. I guess my question is, I wonder if I will ever meet them. And what will they look like? And how many fingers will they have? How many will have fallen off in the pursuit of Touhou glory? I was dead there, so I reached over for the mouse. She always goes right after that first part of the third phase, so you'd prefer to start on the left and work your way to the right. If I can remember, which I usually don't. Oh! I got the phase, but then, damn it. It really is a shame they don't go away when the phase changes, but you know what, it mixes it up somewhat, so I guess I can't complain too much. Because it is very fun. It's a very fun mechanic. Even if it gets me every time. I also very much like the way they bounce off the wall. The physics of it are really satisfying for some reason, even if they're coming to kill me. I was sure I was dead there. Damn it. I hit the 0 key to go right. It didn't work, in case you were wondering. Oh! Had a decent chance of it that time. I thought I was just being an idiot. God, that next phase is so fast. You have no time to get ready or even remember that the yin and yang balls will stay. It's brutal, I tell you. Oh, yeah! Oh, got it. Oh, the ribbon. I'm telling you, it's the ribbon. Is she dead? What, I killed her? Oh, no! That's not what I wanted at all. I thought you guys were like friendly rivals.
Farewell, Raim. I'll pray your soul rests in peace.
God damn, dude. Oh, I got it. Oh man, I need to take a break. I'm done for today. I'm done for today. Oh, it feels so good. 3 months or however long it was, but oh, got it. So last time we beat Raymond, I'm really loving being able to just dip into this every day I want. She's dead! I can't believe that. But clearly the ribbon was the key. I understand why they all wear ribbons and stuff now. It helps. They're magic. I genuinely thought, I mean, it's been months since I heard their mantra, I guess. So I guess I just forgot, but I thought it was much more, like, friendly and stuff than that. What the hell? Oh, thank God. You know, that actually was like bugging me overnight. Don't just kill me off like that. Whoops. Oh, thank God. Okay, she's fine. I was like, how did I just murder the whole mass protagonist of this game? Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Well, we're about to enter stage 5, so it's time to save a whole new few slots, ain't it? In fact, I'll do it right when this intro video is happening. All right, let's see what nightmare awaits us here. Stage 5, Phantasmagoria. My ribbon's falling off. Lotus Love. I was not ready. Okay. Are the stars? They're just background to distract me, I guess. Okay, I can touch them. They're fine. That's just lighting. It's just lighting. It's fine. Oh God, not these things again. Heckle's All right. Oh, that's so distracting. The light, the stars. I bet they did that precisely on purpose. I'm nearly at max power, which is gonna be superb for these upcoming bosses. I think my lasers and maybe my stars will get a bit of a power bump at that point. So far, the enemies aren't anything too bad. Right, and we said that by the rules of this messy video that I've changed the rules of like a billion times by now. I'm not even seeing what the monsters are. Oh, that's a new thing. It's got a very strange pattern and a lot of health, but oh dear, okay. Sorry, I'm super distracted because I was trying to talk. What the hell was I saying even? Who even remembers? Right, I get a checkpoint every time I take down a mini-boss! Oh, they're angels. I thought they were people sitting on clouds. Okay, this first bit wasn't too bad though. It seems like it might just be a bit of a long one. And then super distracting with all the stars, obviously. Hell yeah, listen to them sick riffs. Ow. I see I died because I lost the ribbon. So this is the Lotus Land. This game is called Lotus Land Story, is it not? Oh no, this song's called Lotus Love. Maybe everywhere we're in is the Lotus Land. I already forget what the world it is that we're in. What's called. The world where all these shrine maidens live and stuff. If another one of those bosses shows up like, those mini bosses there that had that move that I just had no way around but to use a bomb for if I wanted to do it without getting hit, I will probably do that again with the amount of bombs we collected, but as it stands, I really hope I don't have to. Every time we hit a hard boss like Rayma there, where it takes me like a very long time to do, I keep thinking that it's gonna be like, I'll just be able to, like that one, there's no way the one that comes after will be anywhere near as hard. There must have been something wrong with that one. So I keep like hoping, oh no, surely stage 5 is gonna be like way easier. And so far, I mean, it is. Stage 4 started out pretty difficult, I would have thought, with the new tank dolls, as I like to call them, and then those horrific mini bosses. Of course, we haven't seen the mini bosses in this place yet, so why I would make snap judgments before that point is beyond me. You know what? Actually, I've got my ribbon on wrong, is why it keeps falling off. I guess it's more of just a bow than a ribbon, explicitly. These enemies look cool as hell. They're like buzzsaws, but also sort of black holes. Straight out of Kirby, they do, actually. Alright, I'm slowly getting used to the stars in the background. Getting used to filtering them out, I mean. I hope they don't stick around for the boss, whoever that is. It's so weird that they, like, deflate when you take them out, the angels. Speaking of, I should get over here and get this one gone, shouldn't I? Get out of here. No, stop, don't shoot more things just because I came over to murder you. Wait, stop. Calm down. Oh, God. That was an unfortunate bit in the corner there. Gotta be mini boss coming up. Oh, not quite yet. There's a wave of you first. Black. Wow, this place must be pretty long. Go away, mouse. Hush now. Hide now, mouse. It's not safe for you here.
Look at all the power.
Oh, maybe am I at max already? Actually, does it not say the word max in this game on it when you get max? I could have sworn it did, but obviously it's been 3 months since I did anything but fight that Rayma fight, so what do I know? Like I keep saying, this is still definitely, I don't think, this isn't my genre, and I don't think it ever will be. The shmups like this, but Hecklesbury, this game is so refined and smooth and fun, and it's so charismatic and just all the good stuff. And it will be a shame when I go back to, but I think I am pretty decided now that, probably just in the interest of time, if nothing else, that for the remainder playthroughs, I should just do Lunatic, but with bombs. As far as the channel goes. I'm okay with doing it that way, just so we can get through the games. Because I'd like to do that, but if I had my way, then there would be checkpoints after every mini-boss, and before and after every boss, just like we've been doing here with the save states. But I don't have my way, so I gotta offset it with bombs, because otherwise repeating it is just, it stops being fun to record at some point, which I imagine makes it pretty grim to watch as well. Woof. My finger slipped off the keyboard there. Whereas doing it this way, I haven't really stopped having fun. But even if I were to say, yeah, I'll just use save states, the games that are upcoming, they aren't all built on, for PC98. Some of them are designed for Windows, and doing save states on that kind of thing would be, well, without an emulator, it would be a bit more involved. I did actually develop a pretty nasty headache yesterday after I stopped playing, but I didn't have it at the time, so I must have just been so, like, tensed up and focused that when I like stopped playing after finishing the boss, I was like, okay, and I can decompress. And then that's when I noticed how tense I'd been holding myself or something. It was very strange, actually. So I gotta probably remember to stop after like an hour today so that I don't get another headache like that. But I mean, the game just is purely addicting. That's really the long and short of it. In its quality, it absolutely distracts me from all other earthly qualities, or the earthly troubles even, for better and for worse. I can't remember if I've said yet, but this is easily my favorite game in the series so far. It genuinely does just get better with every iteration. Well, with the same exception maybe of 3, but it's a different thing. They were trying stuff. You can't blame them for that. And even then, that's purely taste. And I didn't even beat it or show you the video of me playing it yet, so you don't really even know what I'm talking about. So, never mind. And to be clear, I didn't really dislike it either. It just probably was my least favorite of the bunch. Us yet. Sorry, I'm well aware I tend to get pretty rambly with this, but I think you will forgive me if my mind is somewhat occupied whilst playing it. No, don't you dare! Black. I almost made that. I just got an S in that last run that I'm deciding does not stand for strike and instead stands for sandwich. And the sandwich did not bring me up to a thing that said max, so maybe white is just your max. I'm totally blanking on that, whether that was the case or not. Because I seem to remember the max bar being colored white, but I thought it also said max on it, but that might just be the second game. I'm glad we didn't actually kill Rayma. That was genuinely bothering me. I was like, why would Marissa do that? I thought they were friends. I should have known it would be a gag, but the fact that I stopped and saved right there. Yeah, to be fair about that Raymond boss fight, I said it took me like 3 months, but I wasn't playing it every day. I played it like 4 days in those 3 months. You know, for a considerable number of hours. It was probably like, I don't know, like 8 or 10 hours took me to beat it all together anyway, but even still. It's about how long it took me to beat the last boss of the first game, so. Although granted, I wasn't doing that with no hits. Wait, doesn't that happen before boss is normally out? Maybe there is no mini boss in this place. Would explain why it's so bloody long. Sorry, I realize it's getting kind of dark in my room. I think my light's a bit low on battery, but let me try it anyway. Yeah, that might go down in a bit, but might as well keep it on for the moment. Oh, I can also turn the lights on in my room. It's probably a good idea. Oh my god, I just noticed how dope it is that the light is illuminating those like stopwatch looking things in the background. But they're already partially glowing with the purple bits. Well, they actually all do kind of look like wristwatches. That's cool and weird. I wonder what the meaning of any of this nonsense is. What's with all the goddamn picnic blankets? Marissa, what's the deal? It's a wizard thing, you wouldn't get it. That is fair, it is fair. Most wizard things I don't. You can understand this game has quite an active fan base in a plethora of regions. Which is to say, I imagine there are fan-made animations and stuff like that. Like an animated film of these games would be ridiculous. Like it would be a spectacle to look at. I bet. I'll have to find some after I play 3 more of the games. Oh! That was a dumb way to die. In theory, this isn't actually really hard what they're asking me to do here. It just is long-winded. And if those balls that we just passed were the farthest point I've gotten right after those sheets do indicate a boss, then I might have almost made it through this entire level, which would be pretty sweet. Although it might be that since we're getting farther, those just indicate the mini-boss is approaching. That would be grim. No! Damn it. Oh! Ouch. God, that goes on for a long time. I may not hit it today, but I imagine there's either a mini-boss or a boss after that volley of rings, so we're probably close. And that will give me some comfort. We got the experience of getting nearly that far anyway, so it shouldn't be too hard next time we pick it up if I don't manage it today. Phantasmagoria. Such a dope-ass word. Which means something like a dream or an illusion? Or like an illusory vision or something like that. Oh! Damn it. Every time I think I have it under control right until the last second. Imagine if someone made one of these games in first person. Like, you can still only move 4 directions, and it's around this, but you just see it from Marissa's perspective. That would be so weird. Probably be really bloody difficult. I'm sure someone's done it, first person bullet hell. I wonder if that's bits easier if you just go to the other side rather than trying to weave the gap. Because that's the part I'm having the most trouble with so far. I can only get 4 of them at a time, then the other 4 are going to attack. But then, is it like... What's the best way of avoiding that attack? Is it weaving in when it makes a straight line? Which is what I've been doing? Or is it going to the other side, I wonder? Because then they'll be spread out by the time they get to me. But then I'll have to contend with them while the other attack's going on, the next wave is going on, so it might be more difficult for that reason, but I'll give it a go. No, it's complex to get, even if you're on that side. I think throwing the gap was better. On the plus side, I've more or less entirely gotten used to the stars already, actually. I wasn't expecting it would happen that fast. My brain now registers them as background. I think I mentioned something similar already, but I'm glad they're mostly keeping dangerous things to specific colors, like generally white and yellow. Maybe a green here and there. But even the green and like blue and yellow ones, they usually have like a white core, so you can mostly... Generally white means murder, don't touch. So it doesn't really feel like they're trying to trick you too much with that. In fact, I'm not even confident I know that the stars were meant to be a distraction. It may just be because of me not being a visual learner. That seeing them, my brain wasn't able to immediately rule them out as a threat. Alright, and that's time. That'll be me for today. Shame we didn't get to a checkpoint, but I'm chuffed to bits we got past Raymond yesterday still. I'm still, like, not quite sure that was real. Anyway, I'll see you in another day. God. Whoa, look at how big the screen, full the screen gets in a moment. Oh, I almost made it! I was right at oh, god damn it! Did you see that? Oh, I was... Okay, so staying in the corner is definitely good. Wait, is that the boss, though? Oh, it totally is. Oh, I was this close. This place doesn't even have a mini-boss. Oh, okay, bugger. Oh, holy crap. It's gonna be real intense. I'll try the left corner. Why not? Spice things up. I'm just thinking my Western brain probably prefers things to move left to right, so I'd probably find it easier to track the bullets moving from the center of the screen to the right corner. Yeah, it's harder this way. Part of me wants to say, that's kind of a mini-boss, right? And make a checkpoint right before that, ring, but...
It's a violate the rules. It's against the rules. Mr. Thottery, precious.
Shit. Oh, it's so frustrating because I'm getting passable at the other bits, but I'm not really getting better at that part. It takes like 6 minutes to get back every time, just to improve like a quarter of an inch. And I got so close that one time. It's already been an hour and a half, jeepers. You know what? I've decided this video will be better if I make a save state before the last few pulses. I mean the pulses bit. The bit right after the 8 of these red crab things come from this top. I don't know why I think they're crabs. Actually, I'm not quite there yet. I'm gonna need to give it a few more tries and then I'll do that. Because once again, what they're asking you for this first bit is actually not that hard. The only bit that is really hard is the rings. This is relatively straightforward. It's just a little tight in timing sometimes. So I should be able to get this far every time, very consistently, and then just get some practice here that way. It's just that since it takes long in between, it doesn't solidify in my memory right away, so it takes longer for me to learn this bit, because I'm taking longer to get to it each time. I think I'll get it too easily if I make a save right before the rings, so I'm gonna keep trying this way actually for a bit. Like too easy to, so as to not be gratifying, I mean. That's probably what will happen. Well, actually, you know what? I won't know till I try. I'm gonna make a save state there now, and if it's way too gratifying, then I'll go back and try and do it. Or wait, sorry, not gratifying. If it's way too easy, and I get it on like the second try with no difficulty whatsoever, then I'll go back and try and do the whole checkpoint. I'll just make a separate save. Oh, that can be save 6. No, it looks like it's gonna be hard even still. Alright, you know what? That's a fair rule, I say. If there's no mini-boss in the next place, this is moot if there are mini-bosses in the next, in World 6. But if there's no mini-boss, I get one save before the boss. For whatever part I think is difficult. That seems fair to me just because I've done that other part like a billion times. Right, the part right before this. And it doesn't really, it's not like the kind of thing that feeds into this. Like, how well I do there does not really affect this at all. It's completely separate. They give you a breather in between and everything. Like, if it were like those last 8 enemies were still on screen once, like 30 seconds into this, then maybe I would say, well, it's part of the same challenge. But this is clearly a distinct challenge. So I feel like a save in between is not horribly... Well, I mean, it's all unfair, strictly in the sense that it's not in the original game, but by the philosophy we've been going by so far, basically, it doesn't feel horribly unfair to do this. Like, saving in the middle of this I would not be cool with, because part of the challenge is that it flows into itself. Part of the challenge of this sequence, I mean. So I feel like it's important for the experience to be intact, for me, that this all happened in one chunk. Maybe just recency bias, but this feels like the thing that is technically most difficult that the game has asked us to do thus far. Well, save that the mid-bosses of stage 4, the first attack they have. Actually, I think maybe it's not random, maybe it's consistent where they spawn. So I suppose in theory you could memorize this bit, because for the first wave of it, except the last hit of the first wave is the only one that will hit you in this corner. This corner is safe. I can't even take my hands off the keyboard for this first bit, because it's totally safe until this one, which I think would hit you. Oh no, even that one's fine. Wait, so how long can I stay here? Okay, until a fair bit through that second wave. So I might as well start that way. If it is entirely consistent in that regard. I don't know if that's because of where I saved stated, or if it's always this way. Or at least that saves me a bit of my temporary stamina from my brain. I don't have to think before this bit, basically. So I can save all my good thinking juice for this next bit. My thinking is if I can get over to the left side right after the bit where I stop being safe here. I think a lot of the stuff in the third phase happens on the right side, and we don't want to be there for that. Yeah, see that? Very glad I decided to make a save here. Actually, this would have been really, really hellish otherwise. Actually, maybe what I could do is just memorize every time that the bottom right corner isn't safe, and just get out for that bit, and then get right back in. Like that, there it wasn't safe for a bit, but it's probably safe again for a little bit. Ah, I see, okay. There might be something to that, actually. I bet you could do this with other parts of the screen as well. Like, you probably find a spot where they rarely pass through. Protect yourself from it for long enough, and then get back into that spot. This one here, you duck. Then when it gets to the 2, you're safe for most of it, except for right around the end here. That one. And now you can be safe in the middle, and then I guess we can work something out from here. Oh, like I almost made that. I think that's the play, is this bottom left corner. Oh! So close. My timer's going, but I'm sure I got this. I've just about found the strat. Mine anyway. This is video games.
Yeah! Oh, thank God. I think it was going to take forever. I'm going to save that over 3. Oh, I almost hit load. I'm going to load 7, which is the beginning of the level, and I'm going to save that one to 5. Oh, that's load. Then I'm going to load 3 and save that to 7. So that we keep our redundancy for 3 and 7 at the beginning of this boss. But I can also load 5 if I want to try that beginning of that stage again in the future for whatever reason. I really should have been making more comprehensive saves. I think you can probably name them. Like I could probably save it as like level 1 block A. I should have been doing that all the way along, but I didn't. Canklet! Alright, so we'll be trying on the boss of this place next time. See you then. Right, back the next day. Let's see what this boss is all about. Every time we get to a new boss past Rayma, I feel like it's gonna be like, can't be as hard as Rayma, can it? This is amazing. Gah! Is that Lady Mima again? No, Lady Mima would never wear something so tasteful. Ah! Who's there? Who's there? That's my line. Sheesh, you're so noisy at this hour too. Ah, sorry, but I need you to stick around for just a little longer.
Good night.
Oh, don't go to sleep.
What do you want?
I'm going to defeat you and make that power mine. Though if you're sleeping and winning will be a piece of cake.
How rude. I wasn't sleeping.
Really?
I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm the master of this mansion, Yuka. Nice to meet you. Beauty of everlasting darkness.
Sorry, that should be beauty of everlasting darkness, Yuka.
Come on, let's get started.
Or there's a heart. Sorry, it should be.
Come on, let's get started.
Yes, let's. What if. Oh, never mind. There's more. You humans are so full of yourselves. If you want to live a long life, then you should be a little more quiet.
If it's going to bring me a boring life, I'd rather die.
You got some strange ideas in your Marissa. Okay, sleeping terror. It's a fight, all right. Let's see. Let's just see just how bad this could be instead. After Reimu was nightmares. Okay, this attack is pretty straightforward in theory. But doing the both of them at once is a little scary. Okay. I'm phase changing you a whole lot, so you're not getting too many chances to do stuff, which is great. So far, I would say it's going better than Reimu, but it's because it phase changes a lot, so I don't actually have to survive many of the attacks too long, it seems! Yeah! Set a timer for myself here? An hour 30 minutes, that seems fair for today. So I don't go overboard. Getting close might not actually be horrible this one, because these attacks sort of go in a weird trajectory. And plus, if I can phase change you so frequently, I probably want to. Sorry, there is a bit of slowdown going on with those moves that makes them slightly easier to dodge, but no, it's not all easy, as you can tell. There's a lot of straight lines you can hide in this one, it seems. And not as great when it does this ricocheting off the walls, half of them business. Ow! But so far, it looks like it's going to be easier than Reimu. I wonder, would that be anglicized as just Reimu, I mean. I'm not even sure if Reimu is how you say it. There's a lot of staying still you can actually do in this fight. Damn it. She also does teleport a bunch, which gives her some invincibility, which I guess is why she has less health. Just to be fair to you for that. I love how she has like a comically oversized wristwatch. That's hysterical. Oh, it turns right around after that. That's scary. I'm gonna try and hide on this side of the map where it's safe. It stopped being safe over there. This is new. This is new. This is decidedly new. So is this. Whack! Oh, I thought it was gonna be fine to stay in that pattern. You gotta get way out of the way at that last bit. Okay, got it. Right, her frame is large enough, in the politest way, that I can line it up so that both lasers hit at once. So that's what we want to do for sure. This is what I want to do. But also, she has a small enough amount of health that phase changes happen very frequently. My ribbon's about to fall off. That you can sort of focus on finishing this phase before the attack is done to protect yourself from it. If you're really aggressive like we're being here. In a moment, though, it's when it starts changing it up. But when it changed it up so that she was firing them in like circular pulses, it wasn't actually too hard to get around them. Nor those blue balls that came after. It was just that the end of the blue energy ball attack was a wall of them that there wasn't really room to get through. So you have to duck around that. But only right at the end of that bit, which is a cool way to mix it up. There was obviously no way I could have known that the first time I did it. But now that I know, I think it's going to be a cool thing to try and get around. The attack I have the most trouble with is by far the one where she does the waves that come at you and then the waves that bounce off the walls. It reminds me a lot of Reimu's thing where the yin and yang balls bounce off the side of the screen. Because it's not what your brain thinks is going to happen, because your brain knows that canonically there's no wall there. So your brain thinks that it's just going to stop. So it's hard to account for. Or sorry, your brain thinks it's going to just keep going into the ether. Yes, please do this one a whole bunch and not the other one. Thank you. No, this is the one I didn't want. No, wait. You were doing so well. Thank you. This one I don't mind so much. And even this one is just that right at the end of this. You gotta get out of the way of that. Okay, got it. Now what next? What, you're invincible? Why are you invincible? So I guess I want to get to the top of the screen right after that. Okay, at least... Okay, I understand. I think. Got my ass blasted to Jupiter and back. Fine, cool, that's fine. You could... I think all bosses should be able to do that. In fact, that was cool. It is sort of just unavoidable that at some point that if you're making really difficult... Oh, I was almost survived that. If you're making really difficult fights like this, there is going to be some trial and error at some point. So I guess I can't really begrudge at that. Especially as I'm using save state. I mean, that's part of why I don't mind using the save state so much, is because if I hadn't, then that trial, the things like that giant laser that you can only know if you had seen it before, I would just have to die and then take another few hours getting back here in order to to learn that otherwise. Whereas here it's just like, oh, okay, now I understand that works, and I can plan to avoid it next time. The thing about those where it's like some coming from the side, some come from in front, is that requires some amount of multitasking on your brain side, which I sorely lack the department of, especially when it comes to spatial stuff, like tracking something that's moving left and right while something else is moving up and down is very difficult for me. Far from unfair and far from impossible. I wonder if this is going to end in another fight with Lady Mima. Never lets up, does she? Relentless. Marissa and Raymond are going to be at like a barbecue in a few weeks' time. Mima's going to show up like, ha ha ha! Bet you didn't expect to see me here with my plans of owning the universe. And I'm like, can you give it a rest, man? They're out of ketchup. My day can't get any worse. And she'd be like, don't think I won't steal that hot dog from you just because this is a social gathering and that I wasn't invited to. If you ask me, she's just desperate for attention. It's like, I already turned in my 5 weeks notice. I don't work for you anymore, Lady Mima. Can you stop texting me, please? No, I will not come in to work Saturday evenings, you know, enslaving innocents. I've got stuff to do this weekend. No, I will not work overtime to eradicate humanity without any extra pay. God, this is exactly why I quit. Face hater before. No, I wasn't out of the way of it. Ah, what? Why did it hit me then? Or am I supposed to do something more to her then? I don't really understand what goes on with that one. I guess you just die no matter where you are from that one. Huh. There's gotta be something you can do, right? But, like, I only have one command and it's shoot. I'm already flabbergasted, to be honest with you. I don't see what except for a bomb could protect us from that. It would be unusual considering they haven't asked you to do it ever before, if you just had to use a bomb for this bit anyway. Oh no, okay, I see, okay. It's not actually that the laser was hitting me, it's that there's a bunch of projectiles that come out after, and I thought it was all just one dealio. Oh, okay. Because I tried to hide behind her because I thought the laser was the only thing happening. I understand. So you do want to hide in the corner, basically. But then you can't just wait for the laser to be over, because then there's other stuff that flies out at the same time as the laser. So basically, it restricts your movement to like the top left corners and then throws a bunch of stuff at you. I get it. Yeah. That one does target you, so but my brain is so used to the first time where it happened, where it was in a perfectly straight line, and it was really easy to dodge for that reason. But basically, wherever it starts shooting you from, you just have to get like a slight to the side of that to avoid the ones that go out diagonally. I don't know why it seems that blue projectiles seem to slow the game down more than any other. Like I said before, really good design that they make your hurt box much smaller than your actual sprite, because if it were the other way around, you would never know why you died. Whereas this time, it's always clear, because it's like, they were giving me leeway and I still messed it up. Kind of like, so you know what killed you. Undertale was much the same way. Not that there's too much in common with the games, I guess, but just, that's something I remember saying during that playthrough. I mean, I suppose Undertale has bullet hell-like elements, but it's not really the same dealio. Okay, that's what we do for that. Alright, get this, but then be ready to dodge this stuff. Okay. Oh man, that's something else, that. But then it goes back to this other stuff, so you only have to survive that for a little bit. But man, it doesn't give you much... Oh, unless maybe you would be able to hide at the corner. Maybe there's enough room there. I'll try that next time. Because it'll be much easier to maneuver around those in the corner. I mean, I don't have any left and right space, obviously, then, but... I would at least have some up and down more than like a square inch in the corner to work with. It is possible to get out of the way of that, and it sort of locks in place, but it's not as though the other patterns have become slow at that point. Okay, I only just noticed though that the ones that are moving left and right are basically stationary in the y-axis, which does make it easier. Like they're moving up and down, they're moving down a little bit towards you, but for the most part they're just moving left and right, so you only have to really worry about moving up and down for them. And then worry about all 4 directions for the ones that are sort of spreading out more. I always feel so bad for these bosses we're fighting because they're like, our confrontation is always like, just like slightly rude. It's like, you woke me up. Oh, well, you're a jerk. Then we get into a fight and at the end it's like we seal them into like an alternate dimension for all of eternity. While laughing at how easy they were to beat. Well, I mean, Marissa, I'm not. My character usually is. Just seems like a gross, like, overreaction. Like, I understand, like, they're monsters or whatever, but the actual point of contention between you two was very, very minimal. Tell you, this one would be way harder if we didn't have Marissa's high attack power. These phases would be going by way slower, for instance. Oh, bottom left corner, please tell me you can survive from here. Yes, you can. Okay, and this should make it easy enough to... Oh, those just go away after that. Oh, cool, okay. I thought those were going to hang around, and I was going to have to duck around them for, like, a little bit of time. That makes that much more nice. Okay. Alright, let's see what's going... Okay, one more phase. Oh, we're doing this again, I see. Okay, sure. That seems to be completely safe if I just stayed in the corner from all of this, actually. Oh, not that. Okay. That's like a jam. Whoa, this is new. This is most certainly and indisputably new. Please don't look back! Not really sure what I was supposed to do about that, to be honest. There might have been gaps in that before I'd let it get to the bottom of the screen. Oh, pff, I forgot we were there. Man, I'm so lucky the bottom left corner has been saving our life a lot recently. I gotta say, it's really rare that I find a series where every new entry I seem to like more than the last. I mean, I suppose it's more common if it's a series that started a long time ago. Well, you know, a long time, like 30 years or 20, more like 25 or so. Because then it's like, obviously back then, the tools they had to work with were somewhat more limited, so it may just make sense that as it went along, they got better. They got better, and so the games got better. But with the exception of 3, at least, like 1 to 2 was a significant improvement, and 2 to 4, perhaps not quite as significant, but like still like a fair leg up, I would say, in terms of like boss design, just the charisma of the game. The visuals are awesome. Everything is firing on all cylinders in this game. My brain says that the ones that are really popular are the ones beyond the PC 98 ones, so I just can't even imagine how dope those ones must be. I love the chaos of that move where some go sideways and some go vertical, because like there is a large element of randomness to it, but never to a point where you really get boxed in. Like, it's really well designed in just how random it can be without being unfair. I don't really know how better to explain it than that. So far, we've been entirely safe to just stand here and the balls explode before they get to us, and then we can go in for the attack here. If I'm not mistaken. Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me! Okay. Okay, there is a way to get through these, if you're moving up proactively. Oh god, I got trapped then. If you stay at the bottom, though, you get trapped pretty easily. There must be a way through those, I just gotta... Or maybe, you know what, maybe I should just go for the double lasers and just stay right at the bottom. Play to my strengths, which is my strength in this case. The second this is over, I'm gonna get straight to the... Don't touch me. Middle and just stand here and laser both lasers all at once. I know it'll go down soon. No, okay, never mind. She has way too much health for that. Just gotta find a way through that. There definitely is one, but it's one of those ones where the balls are moving at slightly different trajectories and slightly different speeds. So there are gaps, but only for a limited time. They don't move in such a pattern that the gaps are consistent. So it's like at 3 seconds into this move, there's a gap here. At 2 seconds into this move, there's a gap here. So it requires a lot of focus and attention for that reason. That one chased me down. Did you see that? That yellow little photon or whatever you want to call it. I mean, the gigaphoton was like hunting me down, that last one. Oh, can I get up ahead of this maybe? And get around? Maybe. I think that's the idea. Is you want to go up around the top, the highest corner. But you gotta do it fast. Actually, probably it makes more sense to do the one that's closest to me then. Why the hell did I go around the entire other side of the map? God, I always get a little too out of the way for that one. You actually don't need, you need to move a very little amount to get just out of the way of that first ball. Ah! It's like trying to get off a crowded subway when you're always like, oh, do I go now? Because I'm gonna have to push past people now. But like, I want to get up early enough that they know I'm getting off, so that they have time to shuffle out of the way if they need to. If you don't go fast enough, you miss your stop at Staying Alive Station. Instead, you find yourself all the way over at Deadsville, where you never meant to go. Oh God, I did the same thing. I just stood still in mind, right in the path of that one. I very much like the trade-off of the one that where some goes this one, where there are often gaps, but it's like, yes, you can go there to survive a little longer, but you're doing way less damage there if you're going off to the side and not hitting with your lasers. I very much love the risk and reward design of that move. Alright, I still don't really know what I'm doing on this one, but I'm gonna try and figure something out. So we want to go... we've been and out and in, up. Nothing. Okay, you would definitely want to be up by the end of that, because the entire thing it's just a U shape with no breaks in it. How precisely you weave your way into that, I've yet to find like a really good concrete way. But there are definitely gaps. It's just that they're all happening right at once. Maybe pausing in there just to have a look at it would be a good idea. Oh, I didn't wait long enough. I thought maybe once it started shrinking, it was just a null hitbox. I was wrong. I tried to avoid the laser, but I did not. I was wrong. That was pretty close, wasn't it? Just barely sort of managed to get away with that, but kind of like left it maybe a bit down to the wire, that one. I think I wouldn't like to repeat that. Oh, right, get out of the way of laser. This is a good idea. Thing is, we got so much damage on her on that last phase, when we did have a moment, that I just basically need just like a hair more time where I'm not immediately dead. So I think as long as I weave around one of those patterns, I'll have enough time to just take her out before even the second wave comes. Because even when I'm not directly in the center of the screen, I'm still hitting like with a few stray stars. So if I can do a bit of damage, like sort of while I'm ducking around the first one, then just go all out the second I've dodged it, it should be good, I reckon. Oh! I forgot what time it was. And she even had a massive stopwatch showing me and everything. Or wristwatch. I mean elbow watch, really, at this point. I think most of the monsters are supposed to be, most of the antagonists are supposed to be based on some kind of actual monster from mythology, right? So... what monster is it that has a giant wristwatch attached to its arm? That's what I want to know. Well, maybe it has the same name. Maybe it's actually called Yuka. One thing this game very much has taught me is knowing when not to move. I'm not to say I know 100%, like I'm really good at it, but or rather it's taught me that I know I have to know that. Oh, my ribbon. Don't fall now. Don't you dare. I can feel it slipping. Don't. I did that same thing again. I need to... Oh, it's different this time. No, it isn't. Okay, so... you need to do something like... get in around this and then... oh, I don't know. It's hard. Hang on, I might be able to just learn it right here. So it's like... you want to get in between here and then... okay, this is the kind of action you want to do and then just go ham. Okay, I got it. So it's very much like a step one snowballs, step two energy balls, rather than trying to find a path that circumvents both of them at the same time. Because you won't. Or at least I didn't. Ah! Almost made that. Oh, God. I'm always like a hair away from actually getting that right. Actually, I'm going to turn off my alarm because it's near to going off, but I'm certain we've got this. Don't ribbon. Oh, come on. This fits so much better when I was 13. Oh. I always get super lost about at what point it actually locks in the direction of the energy ball's attack. So I think I've locked it into below it, and then I go to the left to dodge it, and then I'm standing right in the middle of the main path. And it throws off my whole rhythm. I'm gonna try it. Get it to go sideways. Oh no, bad stuff happens if you get it to go sideways. Don't do that. It's very, very different if you get it to go sideways. God, how do I always forget that that's what comes next? It makes no sense. You'd think it'd be pretty hard to forget. No! I had so much time to not do that, and I still did it. Oh, the last one. The real thing that's frustrating me about that one is that I'm not learning from it. I'm trying to fluke my way through it because I know it will be faster, which is frustrating because it brings me face to face with my own inadequacy. And that's the thing, that if you weren't playing with save states, obviously you would have to learn it much more reliably. But of course, that could take months. Precious, precious months, which I do not have. It happened again. I got fooled by the first one going the other way. So right here, and then stay here until just then. Okay, got it. Okay, that's much easier. Whether I'll be able to repeat that, I'm not sure, but it isn't actually. It's very straightforward if you treat it like that. Just like get to the side of those first two, and then wait, and then just look for that last one. Side of these two, wait here, look for this last one. Oh, okay, that's actually really easy if you break it down like that. Gotcha. And now to the one I still haven't really properly figured out. But I only need to get it once. One good go. One good run. Okay, gotta get in between you first. Ah, come on! Oh my god, that was not how I meant that to go, but that works apparently. I don't think I could repeat it, but reliably, but apparently you can actually duck through those if you stay in the middle. I don't think I'll attempt it. Right, it's different if she's closer to you. That's why I keep getting tripped up. The trajectories of all the energy balls differ slightly. Well, it's not, the trajectory is different, but you're at a different point along its trajectory if she's closer to you. I'm wondering if maybe if you go right up and charge her as much as possible, maybe the proximity with the stars will be enough that you can survive this long enough to... never mind. There are gaps around the middle, they're just really small. This is not where I'm supposed to be at the beginning of this fight. I let go of the thing at the last second, just waited there. Should have committed to my instincts. I thought I'd have this like an hour ago, actually. It isn't really too hard what they're asking us to do. It's a lot of fun, this one as well. I feel like I should note, just in case I forget by the end. This one's a heck of a lot of fun, the design of this. The silly, comically oversized laser, the design of the character with the just silly, oversized watch, the way these things ricochet, and then the way these things go out in waves, and then the way this thing's like a little Beyblade, twirls around and then goes around the other way. Design-wise, all so very fun and cool. Just want to get that out there in case I forget after the rush of euphoria comes over me. Upon victory! Okay, I'm kind of gonna improv here. I'm flying sort of blind. Don't really know where I should be trying to get in between. Oh, that would have been it. If I had just ducked right and then left again, I would have had time to do that last little bit. Okay, I think that's the right play. I'm not moving down enough during that one, but it's because they're moving slowly. My downward movement is too fast. If I hit down for more than a quarter of a second, it will throw me into the bottom one, so I have to just feather down just enough to get through that because it's moving towards me. And it's very difficult if I'm going for that one. But I haven't really paused and taken a look, because the thing is, if I pause to have a look at it, I'm gonna die basically, so I have to just pause one of those times to get to stop and get a look at that spot, but it's hard in the moment because I know it means losing, basically. Bugger! scared the hell out of me. I forgot that was that. No, don't do a close one. I'm so bad at this. Ah! God! I saw the right thing to do and didn't do it. I'm too tall to play this game. My brain takes too long to connect to my fingers. That's my excuse. Dang it, I'm really close, but I can feel a headache forming, so I am going to start deteriorating in performance really quickly. I just want to give it a few more tries before I hang it up for today, because we were so dang close. And it's just that last little maneuver of the last phase that I need to work out. The rest of it I have not perfect, but I have some strategies for it. Oh! I did it. I actually got through it that time, but then I didn't do it fast enough to get past the blue balls at the same time. I just noticed there's an even bigger clock in the background. Sort of stuff can I pull if I went like around like this? Oh god, it's hard, but I bet you could get in enough there that then you could go down the middle and you would have enough time before the curtain hit you. Wasn't fast enough. I just noticed she has a sleeping cap on. God, that came so much faster than I'm used to them coming. Are they always that fast? I think I had a bit more time to get out of the way than that. Jeez. Maybe my brain slowed down and they weren't actually going faster. Yes, yes, yes. Just come on. Just finish it, please. Oh, what? Oh, that's lame. But clearly that is a thing. That path. I should have gone up closer just for a little bit longer. I would have just launched a few more stars because that was like a matter of like a single digit number of frames I was off by there. Oh god damn it. This close. It's like running a marathon and then the paint that constitutes the finish line is a difference in level from the ground you're standing on now, and it's enough to trip you. That was silly what I just said, but look, don't worry about it. Oh, that was so close. I can do it, I'm just being stupid. Because it takes so long to get back to that point, my brain, my short-term, it doesn't hold in my short-term memory, and the way I got it right doesn't hold. So I don't learn it. Even though logically I know how I did it. The muscle memory of it does not remain. So my reflexes don't let me do it. My reflexes try to stop me because they think what I'm doing is unsafe and will get me hurt. Come on. Yes! Oh, about time. Actually, it was about time about like 2 hours ago, but I'm just glad we did that. Oh, it's such a fun fight. It just got so in my head by the end of it. Whoops. Looks like I underestimated you. I should retreat for now. Is that... Do you think I'm gonna let you get away? I say. Waiting to let you get away? See you. So you're over there. You've let on as to where you're running. So wait, who then comes next? Lotus Land story? What's our next world, hey? What's this going to? Stage 6, which I think is, they said this last one, right? Final stage, Pursuit, Raspberry Trap. Not yet. I need to pursue a raspberry trap on a different day. Pursuit, Raspberry Trap. Huh? What is Pursuit Raspberry Trap? Oh, it's the final stage, Dodoi. But what is Pursuit Raspberry Trap? Well, they're really fond of these, like, spinning death eye things, which so far the patterns haven't been terribly difficult to grasp. But here's our first time going in the final stage, seeing just what mysteries and horrors it has for us. If it's anything like Touhou 2, the final stage is really short, right? Before the actual, like, that's like 7 bombs we have now. Oh, I should have been going faster! Okay. Take 2. You remember the rules. Either a save state after every mid-boss, or if there are no mid-bosses, then one save state wherever I choose in the level leading up to the boss. These are the rules upon which I agreed last time. Upon figuring, well, not last time because that was the boss. Upon figuring out that end of mission volley was really difficult in stage 5. But hopefully it's like Final Fantasy 2, Touhou 2, where the last level is really short and it's just this big long boss fight, which we never actually really saw the full breadth of, I guess. Considering we were doing that, the bad ending of Touhou 2, because we were not cheating like I am now. I don't really know how more prepared to be for these fairy things. Oh, okay, they actually do target you. I wasn't realizing that. I thought it was just as simple as I'm always choosing the same pattern, but they do target you. Oh, they have all kinds of different fun moves. Look at them go. Wait. Ah! Seems they disappear after doing it though, so that's nice. Doing whatever they're gonna do. Yeah, those ones aren't so bad. They do one volley of things and then they dip, but these ones do the balls, which you can also take them out in the middle of. It's these ones that then do more of the laser stuff, and then when it's coming together as the ball at the same time as the balls, that's difficult. So ideally, it is nice to get like at least one side of it done, so that you're not getting shadow blasted from all corners of the universe. That would be not what you want. I don't know which ones are gonna do which. Please tell me the ones in the middle don't do the lasers. Oh, they sure do. Oh, that's fun of them to do. Okay. In theory, as long as I'm focusing for the lasers! Oh, I had it in the right spot and then I moved it like an idiot. As long as you're focusing for the lasers, the balls aren't too hard to duck around. Because the laser, neither weapon is very precise. The balls just cluster around the thing that shot them. And the lasers, there are only 5 from each individual, and they lock in your position and then shoot there. So you can just move to the left, like, or right, slightly. So in theory, not a ton of movement is actually required for that bit. I'm gonna give it a few goes doing it without taking any of them out. Once it gets into the hairy bit, I'll take out like the first 2, like this, because that's not difficult. Oh, he says. It's cool how in this soundtrack you can hear a lot of the same musical gestures repeated, but it's always in such a different context. Like here, it's about to go da 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 da, like that, and that little like pause and then dun 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 happens all the time in this game so far, but it's just cool. Da, 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 da. It's got such like a heroic vibe to it too. You're gonna do balls, and then this is all balls, and then a few in the middle do laser. No, it's the ones at the end that do laser. Sorry, these 2 in the middle then do laser. No, wait, I don't know who does laser here. You does laser here. Blah! Well, that was just stupid of me. I can't believe I was such a fool. By the way, me, this seems like a good time to ask, what was the final recording length for this episode, and how many terabytes was that? Oh, that number? Well, that's an astonishing number. Go us for burning that much of my hard drive on this. These things with the red dresses are kind of cool, though. I'm not gonna lie. The little like, cluster bombs they do, and then like the super razor lasers. And plus, the red dress with blonde hair makes it like a really sharp and fiery image. Looking at it at a glance, which is what you're always doing because you're glancing around the whole screen quickly. Alright, now you6 come down and it's just lasers from all of you. So I can just pick a safe spot there. And now it's back to red spinny things? Right, okay. See how quickly oh, these are the ones with the big ball, the big energy balls. Oh no, big balls alert, big balls alert. A lot of purple though. What are you? What is that? I can't even look at it. Oh, I see. There are multiple of those. Well, that's just what I was hoping to hear, really. Ooh, I got a B. Okay, that's not so bad. And a 1-up. Look at that. They're just giving us all kinds of fun loot today. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna miss this one up. It's fine. I got it. Full power! Oh, and this is the end? It's just gonna be laser balls now? Whoa. Did it? Ho-ho-ho! That was fast. Oh, it was a short one. Cool. And they even gave us more lives and powers. Bombs. All of which we desperately needed. That was only 12 minutes! Hey, that could have gone much worse. I caught up with you. So this is the sleepy one, right? Oh, never mind. We thought it was, but it's someone else. Oh? And who might you be? We just met? Just kidding. Oh no, it is the sleepy one. I remember their voice. And... Don't and me. Cut the chit-chat and get started already. Get what started? The battle? Putting the jokes aside, I'm impressed you made it all the way here. Don't take me lightly. Well then I guess I'll start being serious. That sounds like saving words. Finally! I'll be serious too! But if you take me lightly, you'll see what happens. If we find out that this person is Lady Mio in disguise, I'm gonna be very upset. Let's begin! Here I come! Alright, you. Let's see what you're made of. Faint dream, inanimate dream. You've got some lasers. Oh, I'm so scared. I'm scared! Okay, I take it back. I'm genuinely scared. Let's give this fight a few tries. Okay, I should probably be off to the side for that one, shouldn't I? At least they're tall, so they make a large enough target. Whoa, yeah, you want to be off to the side for that one. And you want to be nowhere on the Earth for that one. You don't want to be on the same planet as the developer when that one's around. Okay, so this first bit, you get off to the side, so you can be like, Hua! And then for this, you want to be like, yeah, like that. Yeah, just like that. Yeah, and then it's a whole bunch of, that's fine. I died. Now, how many phases this is going to have, that's the real question. And I don't just mean how many times is the health bar going to change color. I mean to say, ow. I mean to say after this health bar, is there more? Because if there is, that'll probably constitute a save there. I think that's fair. You've got a lot of health, whoever and whatever you are, technically. This one shouldn't technically be too hard. Get round. Oh, this one I should be on a different side of the screen for. God, that's actually a little tricky because it doesn't really turn in a straight pattern. It's like each of them kind of goes like left or right a bit, but it's a bit random. It might go like left or left or right, and since there are like 30 I should really get up close for this first bit, deal a bunch of damage before this is really anywhere near me. There is enough room between them that you can just kind of like duck through them. I think it might be one of those things you can't really find a smart way to do. You just have to do it well. Oh no, okay, there's a bit of a timing to it where they're not all together, like, because they sort of come in and out of phase where they're in the same spot, and when two are in the same spot, it means there's a gap. Like so. Ah! Now that one I'm still working on. So wait, is it the same person? I already forget, sorry, what the other person looked like, but I don't see a stopwatch on you, so I guess you're just awake now, and this is what you look like when you're wide awake. Not a morning person, I get it. Or a night person, or whenever it is that we woke you up. It's hard to tell when you're in space. This is one where I wouldn't mind Raymond's wide shot thing, so I could just focus on living and not actually going after damage, and I'd always be dealing it. But holy crow, if this is how much health you have as me. Oh, they're easier to dodge right when they start, are they? Yes. There's a brief bit right at the beginning there where the pattern's much easier. Like there. Ah, I'm glad we're stuck on the first one and it's not like the 6th one that I have to try and learn. Well, I mean, I guess I'll have trouble with all of them at some point, probably, but I'm glad they didn't lull me into a full sense of security, thinking I'd be able to easily dodge the first, like, 3 attacks anyway. Maybe is it better to hide in the corner? Oh no, it's just gonna be easier in the corner, probably. But then you're just not very close for the next attack. A lot of hiding in the corner won't be good in this fight, it feels like. Because the patterns aren't exactly complex, they're just really finicky. So like this, I just need to go a little bit up and down and left and right, and as for this, maybe we just don't be here at all. You've got some health on you though, jeepers. This is a very defensive boss, by which I mean the boss is defensive because it's all its attack patterns are very much like the kind of attacks where it's really hard to avoid if you're in an offensive position. So you have to get into a defensive position the whole time, which gives you very few chances to attack. if you want to be really safe about it, like I'm doing with that move, for instance. So in that way the boss protects itself by forcing you off to one side a lot. Oh, this one can be safe in the middle as well, actually. Now it's this again, so we want to get into the corner, probably. Ooh, and more of this. Ah! I like these phase change, do you? So that gives me an idea how long that takes. So I think that third attack is just random enough that it's hard to make any definitive statements about how it will always be, whereas these first two are a little more consistent with where they leave their openings and stuff. But last time we survived pretty well by just staying in the middle here. Oh, there's always a bit of a gap in the middle, so there's that. And I should do some damage and then to the corner, and then try and dodge this, because you're almost phase changed. I want to see what these phase 2 attacks are. Yeah, I figured that would happen. That was the wrong corner to hide in. I don't know if those yellow rings are entirely consistent where they go, or if it happens enough that there's a pattern you can swipe through on the side there. It's hard for me to tell at the moment, but it seems like if you go to the farthest corner away that you can, and then swoop up into the side of it, you're usually... There is almost always an angle there that's just you can move straight through without having to do too much wiggling and back and forthing. That time they just completely missed me altogether. I should not be on this side of the screen. This side of the screen, safe. Ow! There's gotta be an easier way to deal with that yellow ring one actually, because I'm only really getting it this first time when it happens at that trajectory, and I know where the safe spot is. But when she does it from anywhere else on the screen, I am not so fortunate. Like here. Oh, okay. No, from that side at least, there is a fair bit of space there. It's not precisely the same as before, obviously, because the angle is different. So I just had to look and not be such a dunce, basically. And I'm already sweating up a storm. That's what this game. The energy this game imbues you with. Why did I dodge into the ones in the middle? Safest place usually is right in the center for that one. Oh, shoot. Thought I saw an opening. I don't think I'm awake enough for this yet. Alright, 3 more tries, and then I'll call it for today, because already, it's only been a half hour, but this is some absurdly good progress. We got through that whole level, and we're learning a lot about this fight already. 2 more tries. I want to preempt the headache this time, since we've already made some good progress. Alright, well that's me. See you next day. Sort of hoping I can get it done today, but I mean, it doesn't feel like we're on the last phase, does it? I don't feel like there are enough arms on screen for that to be the case. It's been some time, so I totally forgot everything and I had to relearn it. Just gonna try and keep my head down. Oh yeah, this, which I never figured out how to do. Give it a good few tries today, that's what I'll do. At the same time, I could believe this being the final phase because she has just such an unbelievable amount of health. There's a spot when it's like right about a fifth from the bottom of the screen where they're at their widest open point. So you don't want to be there too early, you don't want to be there too late. It's not like you can just rest at the bottom. You have to be there sort of when it's like at the bottom middle. That's how it feels to me. Oh, wait, can you just really genuinely be at the bottom middle for that? Because if so, I'll feel like a colossal idiot. Oh my god, I'm a moron. So I suppose that works regardless of where she is on screen. You just be right below where she started it from and then you're good. I can't believe that. Oh no, maybe it's not quite that. Maybe it's just like a titch to the left. Or maybe it is a bit random. I seemed to get it twice in a row there earlier. Is it just like a hair to the left? Oh, maybe that's it. So just a hair to the left of where she spawns it? Oh right, but of course it would be at a different point then. Because she's closer to me. But for the first one at least, that seems to work. But it seems like I think it maybe is consistent where she moves, so this might be the sort of thing where you could memorize where to be for each time she does an attack. Like the second time it's the yellow balls, be here kind of thing. This one's a little more random, but that's fine because it's less... It's more chaotic, but less tight to dodge it. Ditto for this one. Right, that one's pretty safe in the middle. Oh, face change? Okay, what's next then? What? I don't understand. Wait, was I allowed to be in the purple spot? Well, that was certainly something new. I assumed I had to leave the purple spot. Let's try not leaving this next time. Okay, actually, it isn't necessarily consistent which direction she goes. I didn't realize that. It makes sense that it wouldn't be, but I don't know. For a minute there, I thought it was. It probably just I accidentally had it. Like by chance, it happened the same way several times in a row. And I was like, oh, it's consistent. Like a loser. Like a loser. Like a loser. Props if you get that reference. Okay. Okay, so am I fine to stay in purple? I am, it's just that that's where the attacks are zeroing in onto. Oh, well that's not that bad because they don't zoom in that hard. Stars, why are there stars? That's just background, it's just to distract me. Wait, it's just gonna do this again. This isn't that bad, this one. You know, as long as you're at the bottom, all you really have to do is avoid the purple, the red ones that are closing in on you. This is an attack that just looks scary, but isn't actually. Boom! Okay, what's this is new? Hey! Ooh! Oh, wow. That's very new. But we knocked out that second phase real quickly, so that's good progress. So far, this beginning bit is still what I have the most trouble with. In particular, dodging the yellow energy balls the second time. I think it's meant to deliberately trick you, that one with the purple ball, because you see it from the bottom of the screen and your instinct is to get out of the way, but it's much, much safer if you just hang out there. So many of this game's bosses have things where it's like, it tricks your instincts into being like, I gotta get away from this, when in reality, staying put is the safer thing to do. Oh, I don't know why I went up. It's really clever, though, the way it does that. Because a lot of games, the boss design it's designed to make it feel like the odds are stacked against you just by making it unfair. Whereas this is kind of the opposite. It's like, no, that's not really what I want to put it. But it's like, the odds are very much stacked against you, but they make it designed really fair. It's just that the bosses like outsmart you, which is really cool. Because a lot of games would just make the boss just like, you know, like a horrific bullet sponge and then give it a billion health and call it a day and be like, it's a hard boss. It's like, no, it's not. You just turned the numbers up high in lieu of making anything I had to intelligently interface with. Like so. I get that what I just said, it's not exactly black and white. Like, it's not like just because a boss has a lot more health, it's bad or anything like that. I don't mean to imply that. I'm just, you know what? I'm not in the mode of thinking super well right now is all. All right, at least the second phase is chill. You just stay near the purple and avoid the red stuff. Easy eyes. But the next one that's coming after is one of those ones where they throw rings at you from all directions. And it's a bit intense. Just gonna have to keep cool heads, that's all we have to do. Okay. I don't suppose I can hit her through this, so I guess I just gotta wait till it's done and then... Oh! Okay, it just stops at some point. Cool. Why are there two? Why are there two? Oh! What? Alright, I can see how, if it was those needles, how I was supposed to be like, alright, I could duck in between those. I don't know how I was supposed to predict there was one of those big F-off lasers coming, but... Okay, now that I know that, when she splits into two, each one shoots a big laser, you just gotta be far away from both of them. Gotcha. That I can handle. See how calmly I stood there when stuff was going bad around me? It was the mark of a cool-headed gamer right there. I take it back, please don't hurt me. Oh, I was not going to survive through that, so I'm glad they just gave me that one. And sorry again, I think there is a titch of slowdown going on here, so I'm not getting quite the full speed experience, but it's marginal in this one compared to the other one where it was happening, I think. Okay, so I don't even know if I actually need to shoot during this next phase with all the large number of rings, or if it just goes away on its own after some time. Well, it doesn't go away if you die. Actually, let me see right now. Does it just go? Okay, it's on a timer. It just happens for a set amount of time. We made it about halfway that one time. And now that I know what's going on with those lasers, it shouldn't be too terribly difficult to dodge. Because aside from those huge lasers, it's just the little needly things, and those aren't... They spread apart pretty far from each other after they leave Origin, so it's not too bad. Okay, this I have to go closer. Like here, I still haven't really gotten the hang of those yellow energy balls, what to do when they're not right in the center. So I guess the best play is just try to take her down before it's necessary to dodge them. Oh yeah, I forgot this was happening. I should have paid a lot more attention and remembered this was happening. That would have behooved me. Okay, so I want to be at the... Oh wait, this is probably going to hit me from here, isn't it? Ah! Oh, I might have been fine if I'd stayed in the corner there. I just ran into the last one after pro-dodging the rest. Your brain just goes into this mode of like, okay, I've dodged that, it's over, it's done now, I'm good. And it just like forgets that living is still something that is necessary to progress. No, I dodged it, it's good. It's fine, it's not a problem anymore. I realize that I'm pretty poor at lining up the both lasers to hit her at once, so that's probably why I'm having trouble getting these phases gone quickly a lot of the time. Like every time I look up, I think I'm in the right place, and I look up and only one beam's actually hitting. Oh, they don't always do the laser, I see. Okay, interesting. But probably there's a laser coming here, and I want to be... Did I say staying in the corner is safe? No, it's not. It's absolutely not safe. Go up for that. Got it. That's another halfway point, though. that we got. Like that we got their health down to half. I'm really interested to see where it goes after that. With that phase. Or where even what comes after that phase. Because a lot of times, like I've been saying, the last phase isn't actually terribly difficult, but it looks really cool. The last phase was pretty difficult with the sleeping one, which we think is the same person as this one. Sorry, it's been like a month since I played. I get the sense that this phase here is like for the speedrunner among you. If you want to make it harder for yourself and try and get this part done fast, then it's difficult. But otherwise, have a break, have a Kit Kat. I wonder if there are people who do runs of this game without getting power-ups. Like just having like the one silly little star you have at the beginning. That would be hilarious. I think it would also hurt me on a primal level to watch it. Sorry, I know it's been weeks and I still haven't charged the stupid light. So I'm somewhat shrouded in shade and shadow here. And I'm probably gonna forget at the end of the session because I'll either have given up after a long time and be super exhausted, or I'll have beat it and be super thrilled. I'd be super happy if there wasn't another phase after this, but it seems unlikely. It seems like there's gotta be another health bar coming after this one. I think you are supposed to sort of be doing a bit more back and forth when you're at the bottom of the screen to try and coax as many projectiles into the opponent as possible. And I usually don't because I think it messes me up for the next dodge. Which is part of the reason my offensive output is sometimes a little slower than one would want. Please go away. Oh, thank God. I thought that was going to go on just like a half second too long. Alright, they're probably going to do big lasers from here, right? Okay. No, they weren't, and I could have just picked a spot and stayed, and I didn't. Damn it, and I could have actually dealt some damage there. I don't know if there's a way to tell when they're about to do big lasers. I think maybe there isn't, and you just have to play it by ear, and then see if they're not, then you go in for the attack. Because you have to always assume they're doing the laser, because it doesn't give you enough time to get out of the way of it if you suddenly find that they are doing the laser. Or that was my experience. Unless it always goes not laser, laser, not laser, laser, like if it always alternates. No, it definitely did lasers first the one time, so... You have to, if it does alternate, you at least have to stick it out of the way for the first one anyway until you determine what the pattern is. I think it's best if I guess right now. I'm just gonna operate under the assumption that it does alternate. I think that will make my life easier. I mean, if it's true. So I'm assuming there's a laser coming. There isn't. This is a different attack that we've not seen yet. This is probably lasers now, so I'm gonna get out of the way for this. And then just try and find a... Oh! I was fine where I was. That feels like it's going to be a slow phase. It's going to have to be I'm going to have to play way defensive. Especially since they have a... It's not like this one where it consistently goes attack 1, attack 2, attack 3, attack 1, attack 2. It's like, it's very much like... I have a pool of 5 attacks I can pick from. Which one am I going to do? You'd better prepare for all of them at once. I have a bad feeling that for like the last few phases, they're going to bring back this yellow rings attack just to mess with me. So far, they seem to have a supernatural knowledge of which move is bugging me the most. Oh, wow. Oh, she starts it wherever you are. Okay, it's not just, she doesn't just put it at the bottom of the screen. Right, okay. I just usually am at the bottom of the screen for that. It gave me a nice open space right in front of me, and I was just like, hey. You know what's weird about this game? So much has changed in my life since I started playing it, like a few months ago. Like, these have been the most changing years of my entire life so far. The most has happened to me in these years, months. I already forget what time frame I was talking about. But since I started this game, like, what was it, like May, April? No, it was like April or March. So much has changed in my life, and it'll be weird to be done playing it, in a way. It feels like this game has been emblematic of all the good and bad of those few months past. And once I beat it, it'll be like I've come to accept all the shit that happened. Oh dear, okay, well, that won't happen if I don't shut up. So let's do that, hey? This is probably lasers, right? I want to be like halfway up here for this. Like there. I survived one! I survived it! Ha 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 ha! And now this is stuff I want to be careful about, but I can still be doing damage during. Okay, you're probably going to be lasers down the middle, are you? No, it's the different stuff. I'm fine, it's fine. There's no... Why are we panicking? There's no reason for panic. I can't imagine why anyone would panic during a time like this. It's fine. Okay, it actually isn't horrible. It's just... It does demand a snap load of focus. Oh my god, and it's hard to do damage during this part. Okay, phase done. This is another thing that we have to survive, I guess. Yeah. Okay, it's not actually that difficult. You just have to be focused on that. Oh god, okay. It's another survival phase right after that. And that one isn't actually that bad. They're mostly projectiles go in a straight line, and it's just about reading where they're gonna be in like 3 seconds and not being there. Crap, it gets so intense though when you're just ducking and weaving like wave after wave of those. It's close. I think for that second survival phase, the one we only just got to barely that other time, because it's like going in a straight line at you, I'm wondering if maybe it's kind of like that one where, I don't remember which boss it was, but where you got like trapped in between and you had to just slowly inch to the side to avoid the laser beams coming at you. Or maybe if it's, I wonder if maybe it's gonna be kind of be like that. You're just slowly inching to the side just to offset the movement of a bunch of straight projectiles coming at you, or projectiles coming straight at you. Straight projectiles. What does the straightness of the projectile have to do with anything? I mean, I guess they are that also. Tell you, I seem to get worse at doing this one each time. I don't know if I'm doing something to make them cluster up like that. Like, is it because I'm not following her well enough that they suddenly seem to cluster up in a way that is much harder to break through? There's a way to do that where you stay in the not difficult part of it the whole time, but I haven't quite gotten the cadence of moving left to right for that one. I'm always hanging around in the same spot, which is bad, because then it goes easy, hard, which is really hard to come to terms with. Isn't there something about, like, when you get enough points and it gives you a level up, a 1-up, I mean, then all the projectiles on the screen disappear as well? I bet there are people who can, like, plan it to the moment. Like, I'm gonna have this many points at this point to get myself a 1-up, because it'll clear the screen. Like I was saying before, I'm really glad that they've kept, for the most part, to this color scheme of, if it's got like a white core, it's dangerous. So it's easy to pick out the dangerous stuff in a crowd when all these other stars and stuff are flying around the place. That was legitness what I just pulled. Not to put too fine a point on it. This is laser, isn't it? Yes! No! Why did I always go like 5 inches higher than is necessary there. It's just my brain doesn't do the quick maths and calculate where something's going to be well enough. So I'm like, well, let's not undershoot it. I just go way too far. I really wonder if mathematics majors would have like an easier time with this kind of game. Because so much of it is like math and physics. In a sort of like a very particular sectioned off way. I mean, it's not just that. It's also like there is like an amount of a gamer sense that you need in like reflexes and stuff, which are clearly not mine. So like I was saying before, definitely there's at least a save state at the end of this health bar, even if I don't actually end up, just period, actually. There's a save state coming at the end of the health bar, even if that's not actually the end. Because that's just how we do here. If the health bar is done, I say we've won. This is a new and weird thing they're doing here. It actually wasn't that bad, though. This isn't laser distance, is it? No. Okay. Right. Okay, the slowly inching to the side thing is working somewhat well here. I have to remember that at the end, the second that phase is over, I gotta get to one side, because it's the little white energy balls are not causing that much havoc. It's much easier if you can stay at one side while they shoot at you and just, like, slowly inch to the side while they come at you like that. I'm at the point now where we could totally see that next phase. I feel like we have all the requisite skills to take on the phases prior. The requisite skills and experience and knowledge. Whether I choose to employ it is, something entirely different, but, there you go. Got it. Is this yellow balls? Yes it was, but I saw my own lasers come down and it scared me and I moved. Did I say yellow balls? I meant yellow beams. The real thing is that those survival phases, like the one that comes after this with the rings, and the one that comes after the double phase with all the straight beams, is they happen, like, immediately once you land the final hit. You don't really have enough time to... So you gotta be preparing for them beforehand. You gotta know, like, okay, I'm gonna be done this and I gotta get over to the side so I can start doing this now. Holy balls, that shouldn't have worked. This is not lasers, there's not enough room for that. Oh, it is! I'm long! The thing about this rings phase that's coming up right now is that you don't want to play 4D chess with it. You see a safe space, you go there. It's as simple as that. There's no need to overthink it. It really isn't a critical thing about the bosses in this game. I wouldn't say I've never seen it in any other game, but like it's rare, I think, to find it where the boss is difficult because it's smart enough to trick you into overcomplicating it for yourself. And I just think that's such a cool. I don't know how they do it, but it's really cool. You know what? In part, it's because of the really good visual design. So they know how to make something look scarier than it is, and how to make something look less scary than it is, to trick you into overconfidence and underconfidence. And therein lies a lot of the challenge. It's trying to, you know, convince your stupid human brain that things are not what they seem. This is lasers for sure, right? Oh, it wasn't the kind I thought. That it was chunky lasers. Oh, the last one. You know, they kind of do give you a bit of time when the big lasers are showing up. Like there is like a little thin line that comes up first, and then it like expands outward. It's not a lot of time, but you could probably react to it. So maybe I won't necessarily assume that they're. I'll try to stop assuming that there are big lasers and just try to react on sight to them. Maybe, I don't know. I say stuff, but who knows if I'll actually do it. Oh, what? There was still some coming out? That's unfair. I've never beaten it that fast before, so I didn't realize that if you stopped it in the middle of that attack, it wouldn't disappear all the projectiles. Oh! Oh, that one annoyed me, because I saw exactly... There were so many other ways I could have gone. It's not that hard, that one, and my brain just forgets everything when we get to those. It's just because we haven't seen them enough, I think. And because it's not consistent which one comes first, so my brain is never ready for it. Oh! And I even got the face change. I'm just so unbelievably dumb. I think I am slowly getting better at that phase. Just gotta remember to be over at the one side when it ends. For the next survival phase. And then whatever fresh hell awaits after that, we'll see. I mean, who knows? The second phase is really easy. Maybe there'll be another few phases like that where it's like, it's basically a freebie. I think that first survival phase is still my hardest one because it's like, I think the yellow rings move that happens in this first phase is a harder move. But even when I mess up, I know what I was supposed to do. I was supposed to be closer to one of the gaps that are, and there are frequent gaps, it's just that they stick around for not very much time. But with the ring survival, it's like, I have no idea what it is I'm doing differently to make them cluster up like they do some of the time. And it is dramatically harder when they do that. Like, it's virtually a different attack. I probably shouldn't speak because, you know, it's probably going to get way harder, but so far that's like if I could remove one attack this boss has, to make it easier for myself, it would be the ring survival. Because even though I've survived I haven't survived the straight laser survival at all, the second survival. Looking at it, I know how I would. But looking at this, all I could think to do was that little motion there, and I wasn't confident that would save me just then. All right, this is gonna be yellow lasers, right? Or these ones, fine. Oh god, they go in the same direction. I should just stand still. They're not moving around, I don't think. So I just need to find a spot where the X does not, like where they are not cooperating, and just stand there for the blue one. It's as simple as that, and yet, the fool that I am, I struggle. Like there, that it's possible to get through that. I understand that, but without it being the same way each time, it's pure instinct and reaction on my part, which, as you've probably noticed, are not my better talents in this game. Not that I'm sure I have any real strong talents in this game, except, I suppose, perseverance. Oh! No idea how I survived that. Genuine miracle, really. Nothing short of. This looks like lasers, yep. I want to be like, here. Okay. This looks like blue lasers, probably, yep. Okay. Hitting them both a little bit there. I don't know what this is. Big lasers? Nope, yellow lasers. Gotta be close to a phase change now. Oh, I didn't know it was still there! I was looking at them!
That's so stupid. That's a stupid way to die. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Stupid of me, not the game, to be clear. I can't believe I did that. What an absolute moron. Ah, a Neanderthal. Why am I? What is my purpose exactly if I'm going to do something stupid like that? I'm so cool. I felt so cool there. Did I look cool? Because I felt so cool. I had it all. That was genuinely intentional. It's so rare that I do something cool and I can say that. What's this? Blue. Okay, I can just find a spot. Say spot to say. Why does it feel like they're moving? They're not. It's fine. It's my imagination. This has got to be. It doesn't matter. Oh, but that's not fair. They were gone. Why did the attacks happen anyway? It doesn't matter because I misread that wasn't the big laser when it in fact was the big laser. So I deserve to get hit from that anyway, I guess. You know what's incredible? That's like the first time in this game or in 2 where I felt like the game was genuinely did something unfair. And I think it wasn't intentional. Like, I don't think it's supposed to... I don't think that's designed to do that way to trip you up. I think it's just is how it works. So I can forgive that. Alright, this is yellow lasers, surely. Nope, it isn't. It's fine, I'm safe to stand here. I'm safe. Oh, okay, no, they do move. They do move. I was right. They move, but, like, gradually. So you are... I was right to move. It wasn't just my imagination, but... Good to know that. It's fine. It's the power of the ribbon. Are we doing yellow or blue? Okay. So I do have to wiggle a bit. Ah, fubbernuck! I would... Crunchy... Cold... Chicken bites. Man. It wouldn't be so frustrating if I hadn't done something so cool just a second ago. I'm getting too tense. That's what it is. I gotta detach. I gotta relax a bit. That's all. I'm getting too excited. You'll forgive me though because this is very exciting. Plus I haven't recorded anything in like a few weeks because I've been focusing on school, so I'm basically done with that for the moment, and it's so dang gratifying to be able to just sink into something, a fun challenge like this! Oh, I love the way the music syncs up there to that phase change sometimes. It's dope as hell. You have to imagine some of those are like really intentional when they time the music. They obviously can't score it precisely to when you'll be done each phase because they don't know when, but I reckon they have a good idea and they're doing their damnedest to make the music sync up perfectly. Like, you notice the way the music just changed to like a different block when we got to that attack there. I'm sure they played it so many times and tried to make it match like that. Oh, I didn't know this could happen when I was in the middle, or when they were on the sides. You know what I mean? Oh, shoot. I just lost my focus on their pattern that time. At least when they do the big lasers from the sides, you're basically safe as long as you stay at the bottom middle. I didn't know how good I had it in the first game where you could punch the projectiles away. I mean, genuinely, since like I've been saying, this really isn't my genre, I'm incredibly impressed with myself for having made it this far, so I would probably take doing the rest of this just with my extra lives and bombs. But, at the moment, I'm feeling like it's definitely possible for me to... We've seen... how close I've been able to get on other parts of it. So I'm sure I can do it, so I'd like to. Oh, but that's the easiest one. Oh, I don't know what it is. I get so stupid when it gets to that phase. But it's none of it's anything we haven't seen before. We've seen that entire phase. They're all attacks that other bosses have done. I'm pretty sure. Or even just normal enemies. Like we've seen it all, and persevered and triumphed through it. Whew, I just got that. You know that feeling when you're looking at a high height and like your feet sort of get this like this burning ache runs up through them? I just had that. It was weird. Why are you in the same spot? That's so weird. Oh, they're hanging around the same spot a whole lot in this. Okay, I should have been at one side that I'm gonna run the whole screen for this. No, it's fine. I'm alive. I'm alive. Holy crap, I'm alive. Okay, what are we doing now?
I can't believe... Oh, it's more double stuff, is it? Is it the same deal? Oh, it's the same dealio, but I only just barely made it through the last time. It's fine. Actually, that's a good sign because we do know how to do this. I'm just not very good at it. I know how to do this phase. I definitely do. Ah! Okay, if that's the second last phase is just another one of those, fine. We've done that before. The second survival phase is actually pretty forgiving. It's just a bunch of straight lasers coming after you, which means you can run around the room like I did just then to outrun it. If you forget to, go off to one side. Holy crap, we're quite close, actually. I wasn't thinking we'd get this close today, even. I was like, we'll put in 8 hours and maybe I'll beat the first phase. Oh, dude, if this is just a 1 health bar boss and we actually beat it today, I'll be ecstatic. Sorry, I don't know what my accent did there. I'll be ecstatic. Oh boy. I thought maybe if I just stayed still, it would be like a T-Rex and it wouldn't see me. The bullets. I got a bad feeling that after that second doubles phase, there's gonna be another survival, and it's gonna be something new and awful that I've never seen before. Or they'll do the rings again. That would suck. I mean, they're not like it's certainly not the worst move in the game. It's very inconsistent with how bad it is. Oh, there's lasers. I'm gonna die in the middle. Ah. Man, you gotta be so creative to come up with all these different move types as well. This strikes as the kind of game where, like, the programming phase was not necessarily the majority of the project time. Like, I feel like there was a lot of time spent on the drawing board. Because there are like 3 main things a move has to do. It has to be a reasonable challenge, which is to say it has to be hard, but not something that's just pure chance. It has to be designed in a way that the solution is discoverable, which is to say it's not just like stand in this one spot on the screen that you would never know to stand. But thirdly, it has to look cool too, and they consistently do all 3. I can't remember the last time I was playing a game and I was just like this impressed by its design the whole way through. Oh, that was kind of unfair. I'd have to look way ahead to have seen that that third one was gonna come from the top and block my escape. It was doable, but it felt rather cruel, that one. They made it easy for me. Made it easy for me and everything. It is partially just because this boss has so much health, so it's really an endurance to make it back to where you were. Man, poor Reimu players. This would suck if you were one of them right about now. Because I have the max damage on the laser type Marissa build. And it still takes this long. No, maybe this one would be easier with Reimu, actually, because especially that doubles phase, you wouldn't have to worry about sitting right next to them if you had the spread fire. I don't know. They're so kind when they put them both in like the same spot, because then you're doing like double damage to them. I completely forgot that I had to be ready for this. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think they have to do big laser now, don't they? Yes. Okay, so there is somewhat of an order to it. Oh, I wasn't ready. I was so not ready. Fubbernock! I wasn't ready. If I had been ready, I would have been able to do that better. Shucks. Rubber duck it, man. Mother trucker, dude. I hurt like a butt cheek on a stick. It seems to be pretty consistent in this one that each phase is, not including the survival phases, obviously, is a fifth of its health. So I think that time when we got to the second doubles phase is the second last phase, not including another survival phase that's probably going to come after. I'm an idiot. It's about to break in the middle of this and throw more attacks. Okay. That's really punishing that if you do that, if you finish that in the middle of that one, then the rest of the energy balls still come out after you. That's so mean. Come on. Oh, God. I don't like it. Is this going to be a laser? I gotta get this. God, there's not enough time to know that. Well, it's not that there wasn't enough time. It's that it looked to me like if I were at the far left side, I would not have survived. So even if it was the big laser, like I was pretty sure it was the big laser coming, but I'm just bad at eyeballing if I would survive, like whether I'm supposed to be in the middle or the side, basically, for those. Feels like they could have given you like a half second more for those, like before that big laser actually shows up. That feels like, I feel like my gaming experience wouldn't have been ruined if I had like just a quarter of a second even more to get out of the way of that, because it can show up like 3 meters from the middle or like 2.5 meters from the middle, and one of those means get to the side and one of those means get to the middle bottom. But I find it very hard anyway to just from looking at where the two of them are to know which one's coming out. I'm sort of starting to lose steam mentally, that is, a little bit about now, but it's like, it's one of those things where if I come back to it another day, it will take me like an hour and a half to get back to this point where I am. So it's like, why not just spend another hour and a half now and maybe beat it? Save ourselves the trouble. Okay, that time it clustered, but they were all like so close together that it was really easy to dodge. Okay, like if this is double lasers, okay. If that was, I wasn't sure, I thought that might be double lasers and I wouldn't know which way to dodge for. I think this is double lasers and I want to be in the middle. No, it's double lasers, but I gotta be at the side. That's not clear to me at all, because they are, to me, the distance between them and the wall is very, no, but that's just it, because the laser is about that big. So obviously it wouldn't reach that far if it's coming from the middle of their face. Okay. I think it's going to be really obvious if I'm supposed to get to the middle for the big lasers. So I should always, if I think it's big lasers coming, I should always get to the side first. Unless it's patently obvious that I'm going to have to be in the middle, like they're really hanging around the sides. I'm really glad I'm stuck on a boss, though, and not a level anymore, because it is much more annoying being stuck on levels somehow. I guess it's because you're always moving at the same speed, so you can't even do anything to make the level parts go faster, whereas here it's like if I'm really desperate to make it go faster, I can charge up right in front of their face and start dealing more damage. Except for this part, obviously. Bad example. Oh. God. I can't explain why it is that those ones, they just throw me so hard. I mean, I guess I can understand this being the last phase because we already fought her when she was all sleepy. So this kind of is her second phase in a way, especially when they said that, I think that was in this game, they said that easy mode is only 5 levels, so I could definitely see that being on easy mode, being like, haha, well, you'll get me next time if you play on hard mode, but for now you'll just get a taste of my first phase, kind of dealio. So I could see this being the last phase, but I could also very easily see it not being it. I mean, not that phase, but you know what I mean, like this being the last health bar in the game. The yellow ones are weird because they move at such different speeds that it's very easy for them to sort of cascade and make a wall. And since they're moving at different speeds, it's hard to predict those walls. Whereas that thing that I just dodged there, they move at more or less the same speed, so you can tell when they're all moving in one direction if it's going to be a blockade situation and avoid it, but it's much trickier with the yellow ones, especially since the origin points are 2 separate sides of the screen, so you can only really focus on one of them at a time unless you know, go cross-eyed and somehow make that work. I definitely need a long Touhou break after this game. Excited as I am to start the 5th one. It's gonna have to wait. Because it really does demand just this incredible amount of focus from me that I'm not programmed to apply usually. I feel like I could do it today, but I'm running out of energy. Oh, I'm so bad when the yellow ones are from across the screen like that. Thank you for sticking together. Makes it easy for me to do lots of damage. Except if I die. Poppycock. I'm sort of backsliding. I'm getting worse at certain parts. Ugh. Because usually that happens. You try something for long enough, you start to backslide and do worse before you do better again. But sometimes if you're fast, you can get the boss done before the backslide, and that doesn't appear to be what's happening. But I'm still a marked improvement from where we began today. Forgot I was wearing the ribbon. That really scared me when I reached up to scratch my head and smacked my ribbon. So bad with yellow across the screen. I gotta just focus on survival when it comes to those, because otherwise it's really... I'm not gonna have enough time to get out of the laser! I had enough time to get out of the way of the laser. It's incredible. I take back what I said about needing a quarter of a second. That was fine. No, why? I thought this was going to a different one. Can this phase be over now, please? I'd really appreciate if... Okay, thank goodness. Okay, so an inch across the screen. Be over now. Thank you. Doubles phase. Another doubles phase. We can handle it. They're grouping up. We're trying to be nice. It's big lasers. Gotta find a safe spot. I'm bad at this. Cripes. How close was I? Not very. There was a fair bit way to go. Can I? You know what? I'm just gonna see. It's not cheating to see, right? What the survival phase after this is like. Oh, it's not a survival phase. It's stuff is going on. Oh, cool. Okay, I like it. It looks cool. I want to get there. for real. But it looked like there was enough health that it wouldn't necessarily just be that one phase. Like maybe that it goes on a bit beyond that. Like it seemed like the second doubles phase was a little shorter or something. It really, technically, if I said just now that it was fine for me to keep going just to see what the next bit was, then I guess the smart thing really for these fights would be to see the whole thing first and get a sense of it, and then try and learn each part. So I would know what I'm up against for each bit. But that just, it ruins the drama of it. It feels like. Looking one move ahead, I feel like that's fine. Seeing the whole thing up off the bat, nah. Ruins the drama. Kind of going back and forth. Now I'm feeling like maybe I'm actually not that mentally fatigued and I can go for a few more hours even on this. I'm gonna give it my best shot. I think maybe it was just seeing how close we got there that sort of reinvigorated me here. Even if I still suck at this one. Okay, this I gotta be in the middle for. Oh, just a hint lower. Complete utter Neanderthal. What is the matter with you? When they hand it to you on a silver platter and you refuse it, I can only conclude that you are some breed of mongrel the likes of which I have never seen me. That's fine, I'm okay. Bugger. What precisely was I thinking? What the hell was I thinking? I don't know. Okay. It's lasers, but I can't. Oh, I could have gone away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids and your dumb dog. It's lasers in the middle. And then, oh, thank God it phase changed because I was not at all doing that right. Okay, I gotta run around the room here because I messed it up. Shoot! Oh, that time I actually had a way to go, but I got tricked because the straight lasers start out as balls, and I think they're gonna carry. They start out as a ball going up, and then they just lurch to the side. So I think that there's gonna be a ball projectile up there blocking my path, and I don't go when it's totally safe to go. It's another feint, another masterful feint on the part of what's her face and Zunsoft by extension. Nice plaid pants, by the way. It's a really good look. Oh, you're alive in this part. I did not realize that. That's news to me. And yet another reason why I was just not ready for this move to happen. Oh, thank God. No, God damn it. I was just starting in the wrong spot. I mean, it's possible to have escaped that, but I knew I couldn't. I just ain't that good. It's gonna be yellow. I think I'm best to stay. I can't believe I just did that right underneath one of them when I know it's gonna be yellow. Because at least theirs are very straightforward, then they're just going straight up and down, basically. Yeah, stay absolutely when it's yellow. Stay underneath the one of them. Is this big lasers? No. This has got to be big lasers then. Right? And I got to be at the side for... Nope, it's more yellow. Right, absolutely stay underneath one of them for the yellow. Okay, getting it. Oh, I should not have been in the middle. I think I might still survive, but... Okay. That'll be enough of this now, thanks. Yeah, I'm sort of getting a little sharper with this on the whole. Oh, I thought that was safe enough. Okay, but the massive lasers, they have a part of them that looks like it's a thing that isn't. So you can hide in the middle even when it closes in the middle. Sort of, sometimes. So the basics of each one is, with the big laser, the priorities get out of the way of big laser, and then you just find the Y coordinate that you're not going to get shanked by the straight lasers. Whereas the little blue lasers, you find a spot that's not on the intersection of them, and then you just move along with them because they sort of slowly turn. With the yellow ones, you stay underneath one of them, and then just try to do your best to dodge the other ones. So for that doubles phase, I've more or less got an idea of what to do for each attack. Now, I'm not just sort of ad-libbing my way through it each time. Just get some confidence, and we saw a bit of that phase, that red phase. So it seems like a lot of just like spinning in circles along with the pattern of the attack kind of dealio, which I've been all right at in other fights. And I can feel it all starting to kind of align. I feel like we're pretty close. Okay, ignore that. I mentioned before that I always thought Marissa was a really cool name. It's got that kind of I was not supposed to be there. It's got that kind of, that like, simple heroic sound to it. Kind of like names like Rachel and Alex. Don't know how to explain it. They just sound like really cool names. And Xavier. Xavier's a cool name. Those two at the end went really fast for some reason. From the one that was closest to me. Why did I run into the last one like that? There was no danger present. God! It just makes no sense why my brain does these things. Oh, they're closer together. This is perfect. And they're doing yellow, which is really easy to do when you're right beneath them. Okay, good. Oh, and they're sticking together again. And of course I forgot. Whoa, we didn't need to put all those right at the beginning, did we? Did we? Okay, stop now, please. Thank you. Oh. Both together. It's lasers! Big ones. I'm safe here, I'm safe here, I'm safe here. Together again. Okay, good. There were so many white balls there for some reason. I was nowhere near there, and they were like, hey, let's all go where she's gonna be in, he's gonna be in, whatever I am. In like 4 seconds. I can't wait to get one good try at that red phase. Because it didn't look like it was going to be that bad, but of course we didn't see much of it. I had a bad feeling, though, it's going to be one of those that if you're not, like it takes some time to get into the headspace for, and if you're not immediately in the attack, you're going to die, like, in the first second of it. But if you survive the first second, then you're going to be, like, in the right headspace for it, and you're going to be fine. It's the kind of thing that red phase just then made me think. That's what I thought, looking at it anyway. Actually, I can feel myself getting a little frustrated with this now, to be honest with you. Because I do know just what I should be doing at each moment, but I think it must be like, whether it's fatigue of some kind. I think, like, whether it's just like that I've been sitting here tensed like this for this amount of time, or that like mental fatigue of just like my focus is drained. One way or the other, I'm like knowing what to do each time and just biffing it completely. So I think I might need to, though I'd really like to get it done today, I might have to stop really soon. Because it's probably not going to get any better. Man, did we ever make some huge progress, even if I don't manage it today. It just cooks my goose, man. It absolutely butters my croissant. It undeniably and irrevocably fills my water bottle row. It grates my cheese, if you see what I'm saying. It pulls my pork. I'm supposed to be not there. What? But I pressed left. There it is too, I think. It's like my reaction time slows down, because what that looked like to me was I sat there, pressed left, and like a full second went by and I didn't move and just got hit in the face with that. So clearly my reactions are like deteriorating as this goes on, which is such a weird thing to see. Because there's virtually no delay on this whatsoever. I'll give it 3 more goes. That's 3, I guess. Man, I just watched that come towards me. Yeah, that's what it is. Like, there's no way, like, that wasn't a conscious decision to not move there. I was willing myself to move, but just, like, the reaction isn't coming as quick. Because this is hour 3.5 of today. Ah, it sucks, because then it's like, it's going to take me time to get back to this level of with itness next time I do it. But this isn't getting better, so I have to cut it out now. We made good progress, though. I can't be too upset about that. It's the end of the day. It's probably for the better that I keep forgetting to charge this light, because it does distract me somewhat, and this demands all of my focus. Go away, mouse. I'm really glad they started. The first phase is the one that has those yellow energy balls, because if I had to learn that only after, like, getting through the first 4 phases, it would have been way more tedious than it being, like, the first thing I had to learn. Oh, they totally chase you up there. Damn it, I thought I was smart. I think for the survival phase with the straight line lasers, I think it makes sense to move more to the right, because she ends right at the end of the phase, right when you're barely about to die from those white ball projectiles. She's at the left side of the screen, so, like, you want to be not there. Like, I think she's consistently at the left side, because every time I go up the left side to run, she runs into me, and then spawns white balls in my face, and it's instant death. So I think if I can move to the right instead, I'll be safe at the very end of the move to run up the side, because it's easier to run up the side of the screen than to get to one corner of the screen right when the move starts, that you can move the full breadth of the width of the screen. I don't feel like I'm being very comprehensive right now, but don't worry about it. I don't have anything smart to say anyway. Like this, yes, it's much safer on the right side of the screen here. Okay, cool. And I believe that's consistent, because I died many times trying to hide on the left there and having it do nothing because she would be there. But I was right before that. It's a lot like that one where you're sort of boxed in and there's just a bunch of beam projectiles coming at you. You just have to inch to the left or right. I think that was Raymond who did that. I can't remember. Oh, damn. That was pretty far that we got there. Jeez. I just gotta know, is this just how this goes for the rest of it? Or is there another phase? Oh, there's more. Oh, God. Okay, so that's the second last phase that we got to and got most of the way through just then. And I more or less had a grip on how the attacks go. There's that sort of corkscrew thing that just goes like whoop whoop right at the end just to throw you off. And there's a bunch of like buzzsaws that come out. And then there's the ones that it's a whole bunch of straight lasers in a row and you just have to just look, duck and weave like over and over and over. It's mostly not too, it's pretty fair, that phase at least. Who knows about that last one, but at least that last one won't have much health. Shoot. I'm not getting better at that. That's a frustrating one, because I don't think that one's unfair at all. It just, the pattern of it, my brain does not come to grips with. Like, I've not improved on that move, like, in the slightest. I thought I had it at some point, but I was wrong. Even the bastard ones, like the ring survival, I've still been able to learn somewhat. Like I'm getting better at this one. I don't get it 100% of the time or anywhere close to that, but you can see I've improved, but not so for the wrong place to be. Not so for the one that's with the little blue things. This one that's probably upcoming here that we're going to ignore because whatever, next phase. This one. It just they follow you. I'm sure they follow you, but they don't all follow you. It's like there are some that are going consistent and some that sort of drift towards you and then some that lurch towards you, and it's like the fact that there are like 4 different patterns going on from 2 different targets is what it just completely throws me about that one. Shoot! Oh, that was this close. Bugger. Why does the second one kill me more than the first one? I gotta get closer early on during that, because it's safe to. During that first attack, you can just lay into them. I don't know why her. Lay into her. Kill her! So I don't know why I'm always like trying to stay back during that. Because the little like flare, like the little flick that tries to throw you right at the end, that only comes like after like 3 seconds. So you can be up in her face for the rest of that. And absolutely should be, so you don't have to spend it, so you can spend the minimal time possible. And then we can finally see that last phase and see if it's anything worth freaking out about or if it's going to be really easy. Shit. It's an intense move, but it is just another one of those things where it's mostly hard because of how long it takes to get back there. So you're not in the mindset, which is a bit of a shame. I should probably stop because I'm feeling myself getting frustrated again, which it's weird. It usually hasn't had. I feel like I haven't had that happen with as many of the other bosses in this game. Yeah, I felt like I usually ended up more just tired than frustrated, but this one is starting to bug me. I think it just is because it's so long, and so I have to do this for a fair bit of time before I can get to the rest of it which is. As you likely remember, the sort of thing that makes me not care for this genre very much. What? Oh, okay. Well, that's... God. If I would have made that if I just dodged one of those, because she had so little health. But damn, that's... Okay, so it's just that last attack is going to be just like one really difficult dodge, and then you've got it. Okay, I understand. Or maybe there's just enough time to do enough damage if you just get to the side, maybe? I'm not sure. Probably better to try for a dodge. But it looked like it was just a wall to me. No, I gotta get to the corner for that, because that'll give me just a hair bit more of an opening. And it seemed like I genuinely needed just like 2 or 3 more seconds there. Maybe not even that. Shh. My finger slipped off the keys. Oh my god, they were in the same place. That was so nice of them, and I forgot, and now I'm on the left side. I'm gonna die. Fuck! Oh, that's so stupid that I was so excited that they gave me a freebie that I forgot to do the next move. Sorry, that was an overreaction. There's no need for me to... I gotta control myself. Oh, mouse, would you please? I gotta control myself. I can do that. I'm capable of that. Shoot! Oh, it's right at the bugger. It's even slowing it down a bit for me there, too. And I still can't handle it. At least I think there was some slowdown going on there. Which, again, I apologize for. That's not cool. The big lasers stuck around, so I couldn't stay in the middle where it's safe. But I knew they were coming, so I should have waited and just not phase changed her until after the big lasers were gone. It was stupid. Going to the corner actually seems somewhat safe for that one. Ah! I was about to say you have more time to react to everything, but then I completely didn't even notice that last one. But it's true, when you're in the corner you have more time to react to all those blue ones. Come on, how much health? It's like one more shot. Oh, it was literally one more star they had left. Can we calm down on that corner like one tiny ounce, please? Cut all this incessant grumbling me. This is unbecoming. Alright, I'm deciding. I'm deciding right now. It will be better for me in my entire life if I use one single bomb when we get to that last phase. Just one. I only need one. One bomb, and that will be fine with me. We already used bombs in this run to get through something that I didn't think I would be able to reliably dodge. I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. One bomb during just the very final phase. I think this is something I can live with. I realize I'm moving the goalposts sort of back a lot in this playthrough, but I'm recognizing my limits here and now. Mostly from the perspective of patience. Because that last move is very erratic. Oh! Oh, I was way too close. That would have been the time to use the bomb. I didn't realize I thought there was a little like whoosh where it like went into it first so you could see it coming. I didn't realize it just happened. Oh my god. No way the power just went out. Power's back, we're good. It didn't last long. What? Oh, I thought that one was gone already. Oh man, I wish they wouldn't explode so bigly, because I can't see that there's one hiding behind it. Shoot. I'm ready to be done with this. It's really getting to me now, but now that I've said that I can use a bomb on the last bit, I got there twice already, I can do it. I can do it. Okay, I'm getting it. I know part of why that's confusing me. They point in a direction, but they go like 5 degrees differently than where they're pointing. Oh, stuff it. You know what? I say, you know what? We made it as far as the very, very final attack the first time with no bombs. This was never a truly bombless run anyway because we were always using bombs on those 2 enemies. So I said, screw it. Let's just use some bombs. Get through with this nonsense. So it's my goddamn patience with this. Listen, 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 you. You smarmy, green-haired jerk, you bully, you scoundrel, you absolute utter fiend. I have so many bombs stored up, and I'm going to wield them against you with my utmost of force, and you will know my name is Marissa, I forgot my own last name, when I tell it to you, because it's a name you couldn't possibly forget, because of the absolute can of whoop-ass that Marissa unleashed upon you. Oh my god, why does this face have this much health? Is she invincible for this part? This is weird. That's right. That's right. You will know just how screwed you are. It just says congratulations, so I guess that's the end. All clear! Yay, power level TO. I agree. Power level was TO. I like that fight a lot. It was a good fight. I could have done without the super lasers that stick around. I could have done without the ring survival phase being such a bastard and completely chaotically inconsistent. But other than that, it was good. It was a fun time. I loved it. It was awesome. I hope that's the end. Let's see. This looks like it should be. After that, there's another one of those little crowed things. Am I supposed to advance this? Ah, that was fun. Man, cutting loose with my magic like that sure feels great. Well, I'm glad you agree that using the bombs all at the end there was the right thing to do, Marissa. Still, I wonder what the ruckus was about this time. Why did those evil spirits even come here to the human world? Could it be... Is she warning her about her old boss, maybe? Could it be that some suspicious people performed a suspicious ceremony to summon them here? Could it be that someone was trying to spread their suspicious religion? Could it be that someone was trying to infect the humans with the suspicious virus? Strange, strange things indeed. This is also the first good ending we'll be seeing. We just had too much free time on our hands. Last boss. Hey, that's as good a reason as any if you ask me. Eee! Anyway, now that they've dealt with, let's see if I can get Raymond to hang out with me somewhere. I hope she's not too angry about what happened last time. Or not last time, but recently, in her best clothes. Yo! You there, Raymond? Trying to impress someone, are we? Yeah, Marissa, what's up? We got some time to kill, so let's go hang out somewhere. I'm so bored. Time to kill? Okay, sure, let's go. Just wait a second, I need to change my clothes. Same clothes. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. Did you wait long? Sure did. Yeah. So let's get going. Where are we going exactly? Haven't decided yet. Maybe you should. Come on, let's move out. Well, this is gonna take a while. Fine. By the way, even though everything turned out alright this time, you really shouldn't get in the way of my job. Evil spirit extermination. It's dangerous, you know, if you say so. So, I mean, you should well know, I used to be your opponent, Rayma. Did you forget? Was I that easy a boss in the second one? So I was the last boss this time. Ah, well, in a word, weird. I ended up forsaking my no bomb run on her. She was pretty weak, too. But there was a lot more to her than that. Oh, really? I want to fight her as well. She'd like to fight after all. You've arrived. I don't really know what the E's are supposed to be. So, where the heck are we? Well, that's, you know. At any rate, for the residents of Gensokyo, this world is peaceful as always. For the most part. Vien? I have no idea what that word says. Game over. Yay! That was a great time. That was an awesome, awesome game. Once again, I understand. I did not do it right, and I was cheating. Save states are considered cheating. I get it. I get it. but I think it was very gratifying playing this way for the most part. And we almost got to it with the last boss there, and then there was the other two you had to use bombs on. It's like I don't really care because they were dumb and I didn't like fighting them. So I feel cool with that. It's, you know, it was never that impressive anyway. And if you were someone who was bothered by all that, I'm sorry. I hope you know I did not make this video particularly to upset you. That was never my intent. Special thanks to amusement makers. Special thanks to you indeed. I have no idea who you are, but there was some amusement made with this game for me, so I say your mission was succeeded. I had a great time with this one. Certainly my favorite of the four so far, and like I was saying before, I mean, this game, in a weird way, means a lot to me already, even though this is only my third real Touhou playthrough, not counting the third game, because I didn't finish it, really. And I don't have any videos of it up on the channel. So you know what? I'm happy to have gotten through it that way, even as haphazard and botched as it was. I had an excellent time with it. It's still definitely like the most refined one of the bunch so far. Ultimate Expert. I understand that's not my actual rank. My actual rank is something closer to hapless idiot. But death 0%, bombs used 9%. I don't know what that means exactly. Oh no, it's not. It's 9 bombs that I used. Right, I gotcha. Because it was the 2 on those 2, and then the 7 that I used in the last fight. I don't know what it means by completion 100. Okay, so I completed 100% of the campaigns. I took down 74% of the enemies. It seems like a lot. 27% of the items. I don't know what focus means. Oh, slowdown, and it marks me for my slowdown as well, because the game did slow down a bit with the way I had set up the memory. So next time, since I won't be using save states, I won't be using the simulator, I'll go back to the other one that didn't have any slowdown issues, so we should be fine there. I think the graphics looked a little muddier on that one too, but it's better than the slowdown anyway. Since I'm not going to be using save states next time we play, when we play Touhou 5, I won't need to use the simulator, but there you go. The not-so-ultimate, not-so-expert lunatic all clear. Thank you for playing. Congratulations! Yay! Why are you wearing like a nightgown? This is dreadfully inadequate combat wear. There we go, we done did it. And I think it's probably only fair that my name be Cheater. I'm just noticing my other names here. Gulp. And is P good? Nice move. That was a blast, but I definitely need a break from this series for bitches because it's so intense and absolutely demands a lot of me. I don't know next time whether we'll be actually playing Touhou 5 or if we'll tackle the side story. Did 2 have a side story? If it did, I'll probably just play through easy mode or something just to unlock it. If it's easy to, if that's straightforward enough to do, because it would be fun to do some of the extra side stories at some point. But so next time we play Touhou on the channel, I don't know if it'll be doing one of the side stories or doing Touhou 5. We will see, but that's all for now. So thank you so much for enduring that. I had a lovely time with this game, and I can't wait to see you next time in against Tokyo. Because I'm starting to. I think I said this after the second one that I think I've developed a bit of an addiction to this game. But it'll definitely be easier if I'm using bombs and continues. Easier to stomach, I mean, and because I won't have it hanging over me that I cheated, even though what we did here is technically harder. But thank you so much for coming around. Whatever's the next video goes on the channel is gonna be on screen that way-ish. Thank you so very much for coming around, and hopefully I will see you around. Admiral's gonna be out of here now.
Peace.
5, and that's it's over here, right? Oh, no, right to the materials. Right here. Master as well. Now I gotta go back to base to restock as much for our pals are. Oh, that's so cool that Lee automatically turns off when it keeps playing it, so that is, you know, breaking stride. We have a lot of Pikmin